Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And with me today are three special guests. We have Mark Kern. We have Mark, the other guy from /V on 8chan. And we have Josh of not Kiwi Farms because that's classified, right? So welcome to the show, guys. Hey, thanks for joining me.
Thank you for having us.
So you're the infamous other Mark that I've been accused of being.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Sorry about that.
Well, unless I'm really good at throwing my voice, I don't think we're the same person.
Yeah, we're probably not the same person. I mean, I probably have too much of a gut.
This is like the most intricate proxy for faking your split personality that I've ever seen. Like, you have engineered through hostage tactics to get me to put you on the show as two different people. And
and I've had to bounce the signal through 12 satellites too.
The power of lizard people, man. It's the reptilians.
Yes. So what we're here to talk about today is there has been some wild stuff going on. I have been focused and on the Vic Mignogna situation over the past several days. Mainly because I'm running the GoFundMe for it, so I'm pretty involved in it. And later in the show, whoever's still standing, I'd like to ask a little bit about it. But first, I want to talk about what went on over on 8chan today. Some of the people in the chat are going to be aware of that. Other people in the chat might not know. So can someone fill me in on what basically happened?
So basically what we had is we had something like a Ask Me Anything, which is an AMA on Reddit. Well, we had that on our site. So basically what I did is I politely asked them, hey, we would like for you to come on our website. We would love to have you. Here's some previous ones we've done in the past. Would you like to come on? And they said yes. We scheduled time, date, whatever. And, I was happy to have them, but what happened was, people got caught on because they posted on their Twitter or whatever. And sorry for saying us so much, but basically the Reset crowd got all over them and started making lies and smears about them. So
now, is it Resetera or is it Reset Era? I always read it as Reset Era.
It's Reset Era.
Okay.
I think.
Okay.
Oh, it's retarded. That's what it is.
I should show this, by the way.
Retarded.
One of my friends was running this thing. It was a ban aggregator for Reset Era, and it tracked every time somebody was penalized by the staff on that board just to keep track of their insane rules. And it had trouble finding hosting. It couldn't get hosted on GitHub. They kept filing trademark complaints for the use of the name Reset Era. And eventually I gave them hosting at resetera.kiwifarms.net. And as a boot, he runs a Twitter bot called, I think it's just Reset Era Ban Bot. And I subscribe to that. I love waking up and seeing a fresh batch of bans for institutionalized homophobia, racism, misogyny, transphobia. It's just a fantastic little system.
What a bunch of animals.
So wait, they had basically talk to me in lawyer language. They had basically like a bot that would track every time someone got disciplined and keep track and like post it up. Or
yes, if you go to resetera.kiwifarms.net, it's just a very simple site that lists every ban handed out by the administrators and moderators on that board.
You have servers. You have servers big enough for that?
Oh,
he's a big guy.
I've had to pour in some money to keep that afloat, but yeah, they were filing trademark disputes over the use of the name Reset Era to shut it down. And then, of course, once it gets onto the Kiwi Farms domain and on my servers, they just don't bother. They don't bother with that.
Oh, God. But yeah. So basically, what happened was we had them for an event. It went well for the first thread, but then the bad PR started to come in, and the Reset Era people started to attack them. So I offered actually to end it all early, but they said we wanted to continue. Well, kinda. They ended it a little earlier anyway, but basically, when it got too bad, when people were really attacking them, it really got bad for them, and we just ended it. And I said, thank you everyone for coming.
So if I understand right, we're kind of avoiding saying who they are, the group that was on doing the Ask Me Anything. But
yeah, because I don't want to get them more shit. I mean, you know who they are. I'll just everyone.
People know who this was. So they're doing their Ask Me Anything, and Reset Era sends an army of retarded spurgs to come and start just spamming them in the Ask Me Anything or something. Like, what were they doing? Or what's their problem with your guest?
Well, you have to keep in mind Reset Era is probably connected to the media, because a lot of media people post on Reset Era, and there are a lot of people with blue check marks in the Twitter thing. And
it is a business. It is a serious business. They have a lot of users. They have a lot of activity. They have a lot of ad space and premium. Like, imagine a site as big as the Kiwi Farms, bigger than the Kiwi Farms, that actually has revenue. That's the kind of monster that we're talking about.
But yeah, it's basically NeoGAF, but worse.
So what were they? How are they attacking this company? Like, what were they saying?
They were basically slandering us. Like they were saying lies that we have child porn on our site, which is false.
Oh wait, no. So they're attacking 8chan then.
Yeah, they were attacking 8chan.
Oh, I thought okay.
Well, let me explain better. What they're doing is they're attacking THQ for being on 8chan, and they're claiming that THQ supports child pornography, white supremacy, and all that, because I asked them to come on the board and do a small EMA.
Okay, well,
it was guilt by association, basically.
Yeah, that basically guilt by association.
Now, correct me. Did THQ do? Did they do Dawn of War 3? Was that their problem? Because no, that's THQ Nordic is different than THQ, right? Like they're
correct. Yeah.
Okay. Never mind. I'm not gonna.
I'm pretty sure Dawn of War 3 was Sega.
Okay.
Sega.
I was gonna say Sega.
I could be wrong though. I could be wrong.
No, I think you're right, and Sega definitely does favor child porn because of what they did to that stupid game. Anyway, that's a separate matter. Okay, so THQ Nordic, they're the studio that bought the company that did Kingdom Come Deliverance, right?
Yeah, and Time Splitters and a whole bunch of others.
Okay, so they've become kind of popular lately.
Yeah,
so
they've been doing a lot of good stuff too. I mean, they've been they've been a really positive change in this fucking 3D industry. I mean, so they've been doing good stuff.
Is that why you invited them onto 8chan? Because they're
right. Everyone on the board has a massive amount of respect for them. And my mentality was, hey, I want to get these guys on. Everyone loves them. I doubt I'll get them on, but I think it's worth trying. We've had AMAs before. No one in the past has gotten in trouble for them. And, let's get someone bigger this time. And we got them, and shit exploded like nothing I've ever seen. Well, I've seen it, but, like in a split second. Like, all it took was a split second for the people to see it, and then it fucking exploded. I'm sorry to use language.
It's probably the most attention that 8chan's gotten since either Q or actual the start of Gamergate. It's actually kind of shocking, because you think these are the especially Secret Gamer Girl, exact same people from way back when, who should have learned now that if you take something and you try to cover it up and you try to demonize it to death, don't work, especially not with 8chan. It's just going to bring it up. It's going to prop it up.
I just feel terrible. I feel terrible because of what happened to them, because I'm the one who invited them on. I feel terrible about that, because they're getting all this shit probably because of me. I mean, I'm not really speaking to them anymore because they have a lot of shit to deal with. But basically, I feel responsible for what's going on, even though I probably shouldn't feel responsible, or so I've been told. But I feel responsible for this. I feel terrible. Well, and all I wanted was for people to have fun. All I wanted was the THQ people to have fun, but I don't want them to lose their jobs over having a little fun. And I just feel terrible over this.
Okay, so you shouldn't ever feel bad for having a guest and then having broken people come on and brigade your guest. That's not your fault. That's broken people's fault. But Mark Kern Can you tell me how you got involved? Because someone messaged me and they're like, "Oh my God, Mark Kern is suing an idiot," and so I'm like, what? So then that's when I tweeted to you and I invited you and said idiot onto the show. But can you tell me how you get wrapped into this? Because I think it's funny.
I saw the story about THQ. I saw the tweet where THQ Nordic was saying, "Oh, we're doing an AMA on 8chan." I'm like, well, that's going to be interesting, and it sure was, because pretty soon I just saw a bunch of people trying to do guilt by association and all the other standard tactics that I've seen throughout the years to try to smear THQ Nordic for doing this AMA, and also at the same time smear 8chan and specifically the board of V. And one thing I want to point out is that this isn't like a tightly knit social media site we're talking about when we're talking about 8chan. I believe the boards are pretty much highly independent of each other and differently moderated. And you've got thousands of these boards, right? So
correct. Yeah, like if I may interrupt, basically for example, our board is a video game board. We talk about video games and video game related content. We have maybe some minor 1% overlap with the political guys, but for the most part, I get rid of the fucking political autism that goes on in these fucking threads, because not because it's the autism itself, is because it's off topic. Because some people like to, for example, some people like to debate or try to derail. For example, some guy the other day tried to shit post about fucking black on black crime in an F-Zero thread. And I just banned him for 2 hours because he was off topic. But
sure,
yeah,
but it's a video game board. I mean,
yes,
they talk about video games.
Yeah, we talk about video games and video game related culture. If the politics come up, we also talk about those video game politics, not politics in general. But
this is not. I knew this because I've been on 8chan before. I did an AMA with them like 4 years ago, right after they got started.
I think it was either 3 or 2 years ago, because I started the board 4 years ago. The site was made 5 years ago. I started the board 4 years ago, and I think you came on 3 years ago.
Okay, so it was 3 years ago, and so I know something about the structure of the site, and I can tell you that, hey, this is a video game site we're talking about. They're trying to lump it in with other stuff. So this was naturally interesting to me when I saw this news. And I think I tweeted, I was like, hey, what's up with the issue? What is, I was just asking, hey, what's going on? And I guess this angered somebody on the internet who I haven't really remembered since a long time ago, when they were tweeting horrible things at me and harassing me many, many years ago on Twitter before, they ended up just blocking me. But this account is what, Secret Gamer Girl?
It's just a lovely specimen of a woman, from what I can tell.
And well, I can't tell because it's just a picture and a trail of vitriol. I can't read it because I'm blocked. But people were starting to send me stuff saying, hey, you should. This person is saying that you are basically the awful person known as Mark, who moderates the V board and who runs 8chan and invited THQ to speak and is a noted, and then goes on to say, and has noted ties to, and still manages to have a job in the industry because of noted ties to child pornography. And this is horrific, right? It's like, what?
Dude,
so
it's awful.
And so I went in and I said, listen, I have nothing to do with 8chan. I have nothing to do with V. I'm not even a regular on the site. And this is completely ridiculous because you've got the wrong person. I'm not the same Mark. And this person proceeded to double down on it.
Yes, you are. You are the same Mark. Don't you try and fool me.
Can I read something that they wrote, just to interject real quick?
Can we throw it up in a screenshot? Can you?
I posted this as a tweet. I'll send this to Nick real quick. I would love him to just post this one bit, because it is so preposterous. Because once they finally realize oh, I'm an idiot. For some reason, I assume that Mark, the guy running 8chan's video game board, is Mark Kern. And I did a stream about completely coincidental about this person today, just talking shit about them. And I falsely libeled you as a Blizzard employee. You're formerly a Blizzard employee, because people got mad at me for saying that.
How dare you?
Every time someone, I mean, I worked at Blizzard 8 years. I was team lead on World of Warcraft, all that stuff. But I am not a Blizzard employee. But it's funny how many people try to report me to Blizzard for having wrong things.
Hold on, I'm gonna.
If they stop for 2 seconds to read my profile, they will realize I no longer work at Blizzard.
Yeah, here we go. Here we go.
I did read it, but it doesn't explicitly say that you don't work there anymore.
Here's the the tweet. I've got it pulled up on the stream here. It says from Secret Gamer Girl. And it says, catching me in a factual error at the expense of all other concerns, which first means throwing out the entirety of the speculation of mine they're using as an inroad and replacing it with the wholly fabricated notion that I've publicly claimed in a newspaper that Kern blah blah blah.
It's like one message out of like 20 plus in this thread. And it's all playing defense, but that specific message, what they say after that, I didn't capture the third tweet because it's just like, wow, I got called out of my bullshit, but that doesn't matter. What matters is the implications of my bullshit. And
yeah, the narrative.
This was after Kern said, I might sue you. And then at the bottom, I've never even heard this before. Like, I've heard it where people think saying anything they don't like is libel, but this is the other way around where it's like nothing is libel unless it's in a newspaper. That's what they go on to say. And it's like, what? Where did you get this? What does it have to be printed in a newspaper?
Man. Yeah.
It's fucking... These people know nothing. They're fucking animals, and they're thirsting on fucking blood. I mean, it just really is the fucking worst. They're fucking animals is what it is. I mean...
But I mean, I love that. That's the funniest thing. Don't let your facts get in the way of me calling you a child porn apologist. Don't let your facts that it's not you get in the way of that. How dare you, sir? How dare you? You're minimizing child porn by saying it wasn't you doing it.
Then they also try calling me you and by proxy a Nazi or some shit, or just a pedophile for some reason. Because like, I want to note that I'm actually Jewish, if that's not obvious. I'm Jewish, and these people call me a fucking Nazi. It's the fucking weirdest thing.
Well, how would that be obvious? That sounds offensive to me.
Well, I mean,
you work in the industry, boy.
You would know if you saw my whole package. Let's just put it that way. I mean, but jokes aside, a lot of people call us a fucking Nazi site, and they ignore the fact that I'm a Jewish man. I mean, I was born Jewish. I was raised Jewish. I mean, I don't really practice a religion, but that doesn't deter from the fact that I am a Jew. And a lot of these people, they accuse us of, like, you know, Nazism, white supremacy, child pornography, and it's like no, we don't condone that shit.
So tomorrow they're going to say that Mark Kern is Jewish. That's going to be the next.
Yeah. Oh, it's finally out there, Mark. How did you dodge it all this time? How did you manage that?
I guess I just have to write them know the right marks. Apparently, all the marks are the same, and they're under my control.
It's in the Bible that Mark is Jewish. I'm pretty sure that's.
I mean, what it is all marks are lizards. Just look at Mark Zuckerberg.
Well, Joshua is a Jewish name too. Nicholas, is that a Jewish name? I mean, we're racking them up here with the biblical names.
Don't make me send you to the pig farm.
Don't you dare impugn me. Don't you dare. You
are a lawyer, Nick.
You can't ruin my sterling alt-right reputation. Cannot be tarnished by calling me a Jew, sir. How dare you?
Oh my God. I mean, yeah,
Mark Kern is what we call crypto Jew in the poll board.
Yeah, but it's just like the whole thing is just fucking nuts. I mean, they're trying to claim we're fucking child pornography site, which we are not, by the way. And we don't condone that at all. It's in our global rule. If you even look at the V catalog and see if you see a glimpse of it, you will not.
Notice
You
the
will
guy. Notice the guy who's saying they're not into child porn, encouraging you to look at the V. I don't trust this at all. That's disgusting,
Oy
sir.
vey.
No, okay.
Look at what happened to the last people he encouraged to check out V. It didn't end out too well for them.
Oh no!
So Josh, can you help us understand what kind of person Secret Gamer Girl is? Because I've been told on my Discord, and I've been busy all day, so forgive me, but I've been told I have to watch your stream about Secret Gamer Girl.
My stream is just the simplest little crash course. I've been busy with the forum upgrade. We recently upgraded the forum. Major undertaking, took days, and I was like, oh crap, I woke up at 3 p.m. I'm like, I have to stream today.
Wait a minute. I thought you were updating the forum. I thought Mossad took you down.
Oh, briefly, I got it back.
That's good.
I negotiated very swiftly with them.
You use your wily Jew powers to back off Mossad. You're like, I'll 6-day war you back into oblivion, buddy.
They just wanted 30 shekels of silver. It was a done deal.
Oh my goodness.
His thread is a 900-page thread, so it is massive. It is 18,000 posts, I think, is what that equals out to. So very big thread, impossible to condense to a 2-hour stream. So mine's just an hour. It's what I could cobble together in a couple hours preceding the stream, and it's just the most basic crash course possible. But to sum it up, Secret Gamer Girl came out of nowhere in 2014 at the start of Gamergate, immediately inserted themselves into Gamergate, became friends with Gamergate alumni Zoe Quinn, Randy Lee Harper, and Nora something. And they formed something called Khan, which is the Crash Override Network. And Khan, in the leaks from the Khan IRC channel, was a deliberate jab at what they were doing. It was a knowing con, a literal con, in the literal sense of the word con, as in I'm calling this a scam con. No ambiguity. It's a con, and it was designed to get money from Patreon. And
oh God, I thought I was Jewish.
Oh my God.
And Secret Gamer Girl got kicked out of Con by Zoe Quinn after Nora, again, I think it's Nora, hacked Candace Owens, a social autopsy Twitter account, and used it to attack Zoe Quinn. And then Secret Gamer Girl took Nora's side in doing this and got removed from Crash Override Network, lost all their support structure, said they slept on a park bench some nights because they didn't have any money. And Secret Gamer Girl is a bearded man who's like 300 pounds and looks like Santa Claus.
You're being charitable with that 300. Let me find where's the picture? I'll find one. Gamer Girl. There's got to be. Holy cow! Whoa! Oh my goodness! Oh no! Oh no! Hold on, we're bringing her up. And guys, I want you to, now, okay, real quick before I do this, does Secret Gamer Girl actually identify as a woman, or is this just a deep state hit job?
Girl name, I think, is Violet.
Wait, but like, it's not just like I'm an undercover male feminist trying to virtue signal on behalf of Gamergate, Gamers Rise Up, right? Like, that's not what's going on. It's this is a person who, like, unironically identifies as a woman. Is that
they write? I'm pretty sure that they write under the pen name Violet Hargrave as a social justice feminist, intersectional feminist, pro-trans writer. Violet Hargrave, and they identify as a woman. They explicitly say they have no access to HRT or transitional therapies. So what you see is what you get, and they go by Violet.
And guys, what you see is what you get. You can get the lovely Violet here on Rekieta Law Woman Auction Network. You can get dates with such fantastic specimens.
Go to the third picture.
That one?
Yeah, that one.
Oh, look at that. Who doesn't want to spend a night with Violet?
Oh God, I just wanted to play video games, none of this shit.
Violet enjoys many bags of Cheetos on the beach.
You know, as long as you're not misgendering them, I don't think they can complain. I think that's fair.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm pretty sure that's okay.
Violet has been. This is after a long day of planting rice in the fields. Violet likes to come in for a nice game of.
Hey,
of...
I'm Chinese, and that's cultural appropriation.
Okay, no, actually, that's no. Let me explain that. I did not know this when I did the stream. I just thought, oh, he's playing his board game. It's silly, you know, haha, funny. He's wearing that hat supposedly because he was not invited to some wedding in his family. Showed up anyways. They were getting married to a Chinese person, and they thought, wouldn't it be funny if I showed up in this hat? And it is very funny.
Now that's offensive, but I think showing up to a wedding in a t-shirt is worse, in my personal opinion. Like, what is happening there?
Bad. Also, can you guys hear me? The green thing is getting lower.
Okay, so Mark Kern, you said this is cultural appropriation. Would you like to add any commentary about how hateful this bigot is?
That's the hat of my people. What are you doing with the hat of my people?
Oh,
God.
Look at this. The laptop is retreating as we speak. Like, get me away from this thing.
Do you know that you can't in Taiwan and China, you cannot buy a t-shirt large enough for Secret Gamer Girl to fit in. It's just it's not available anywhere.
You have to stitch.
I'm sure you could in the warehouses that they make the clothing for the Americans.
Well, come to think of it, the hat's pretty small on him too. So
yeah, let's go back to that hat. Oh, I love
that. Is /G.
I mean, well, let's pause for a second. This is really technically a social justice crime.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Right here.
Oh yeah,
this is, sure. You know, and I'm joking about it. I'm not personally offended about it. None of the Chinese overseas seem to be offended about it. It seems to be that, you know, it's mostly I don't know, white males that seem to be really triggered by this, and speaking up on behalf of my culture and defending me. But what is he doing? Because he's got all the social justice plot armor, all the virtue signal shields. I am trans, I am this, I am that, I suffer from whatever, you know, I am neuroatypical, obviously, very, very obviously neuroatypical. And so what pass does he get or she get wearing the hat of my people? I don't understand this.
You know what you did to me just now is you said plot armor about that, which is the worst thing. Like, that is etched into my mind. Is that thing running around in plot armor? That is disgusting. That is absolutely hideous. I will never forgive you.
Well,
but
when I
go ahead.
did my stream, I showed, because it was unfolding as it was happening. I was updating, you know, my little subplot regarding
That's
you.
not even him. Sorry. That's some other guy. Poor guy.
Oh man.
As I showed tweets between you and Gamer Girl and Twitter staff, the response you posted from Twitter staff came in like mere minutes before I started my stream, right? So I tacked it on to the end, and that's how I kind of wrapped it up. As I said, you know, this is why people are interested in this right now, is because of this exchange and the potential litigation. And then at the end, I said, and the reason why Secret Gamer Girl goes by Violet and likes to be transgender is because this is the protection that it affords them. You can literally call someone a pedophile for no fucking reason whatsoever, and Twitter is just fine with it. If you have 140,000 tweets and say you're a woman.
I mean, it's fucking terrible.
Ridiculous. Twitter. So I reported this. I had people report. I didn't know that it was against TOS, right? But I guess, you know, but I said, I can't report this person's tweet directly. You know, can you guys mention it? Because this is wrong, that you can just sort of have this random person on the internet can accuse me of all these things with certainty, and then it gets picked up on Reset Era and rebroadcast, and it's all over the place now. And so I finally figured out that I could report the account. If I can't report the tweet because this person blocks me because they're such a coward, and even though they can't stop talking about me, um,
Well, they're talking about me.
both of us. Secret Gamer Girl.
remember.
Yes, I'm you. I'm
it doesn't.
sorry.
And
Yes.
But
I forgot. I totally forgot. Yeah,
no.
so-
I would argue it's both, because not only is it Mark, but it's also Mark, because don't let that little fact get in the way. Like, how dare
That's
you?
true.
How dare you try to pass this off as a technicality?
That's true.
It's both Marks, both and. You are.
All I wanted was a fun event. Like, I didn't ask for any of this shit.
So
Oh.
anyways, so I report this
Sorry.
to Twitter, and
Yeah.
Twitter's like, well, can you send me what this person's been saying? And so I had to have people send me archive links, because I don't have direct access to this person who's saying multiple tweets, horrible things about me, and blocking me at the same time, right? So anyways, I get these tweets and I send them on, and it's like 6 or 7 of these things. And Twitter goes, oh, doesn't look like much of a thing to me. It's total Westworld looking at the picture going, I see nothing.
Yeah.
Well,
And
funny
yet-
you mentioned
and
that
yet
because sorry.
If I were to tweet something like learn to code, that would immediately get me not just suspended, but banned.
That actually happened to me.
I have something one up on you, because my Twitter account has been suspended and warned multiple times for referring to one person with he pronouns and not tagging him, not referencing him by name, vague messages like, I can't say his name because he'll get me suspended, will get me suspended for targeted harassment and bullying without any reference to whoever the fuck I'm talking about.
Wait a
So
minute.
that only-
You use the he pronoun, you're saying?
Yeah.
Are you saying you deadcocked someone?
Dead cock.
How dare you vicious monster. Don't you
this actually
deadcock.
happened to me too. This actually happened to me too. They fucking banned me multiple times because I spoke out against political violence, and they accused me of being the violent one because political violence is bad. You shouldn't fucking do that. And boom, because I was arguing with some Antifa guy, they just got on me and they accused me of being abusive because I was just like, political violence is fucking terrible, man.
What is this? What are these pictures? Like, why are these associated here?
Oh God. Hey, Chuck, you want to tell the story of Christian?
No. I know the story of Christian. Josh, is this your fault right here? Is this picture your fault, Josh?
No,
that's just unrelated. That's a men go their own way thread. Why are you reading men go their own way?
No, it's just
Nick.
These are just related images, and I think Bing knows that you're here. No, but I do. I have a very serious question about Gamer Girl though.
Yeah.
If Gamer Girl, this lovely woman, were to open up like a Patreon, Josh, would you feed her?
Yeah. Why do you insult me so, Nick? I came on your show. I stayed up all night.
I would never kink shame you, buddy. I would never do that.
I'm glad I have such a wide and thick support structure keeping me afloat.
This is a reference to the recent spam egg beginning, isn't it?
No. Okay. So,
sorry.
But in all honesty, so I've never been suspended from Twitter except for the past week and a half or so when I started covering the Vic Mignogna thing. The first one, someone tweeted me an article about 10,000 journalists getting laid off in 2018. And not to a journalist, but just in response to this tweet, I said, well, they better learn to code then. Bam, 12 hours, gone. And I was like, okay. And then the next one, I honestly, they sent me 3 tweets for abuse. I called, here's the literal abuse. I called someone a disgusting worm. I said that they were an idiot, and I called them, I think, a dummy in the 3rd tweet. Those 3
they got
things.
rid of my fucking account for that because I said to some Antifa person or some shit.
But what did you say? Like, people have talked about.
I basically call them, you shouldn't if you're starting political violence and you're attacking people, don't get surprised when you get punched back and they just completely ban my account for that, and they keep banning me to this day. I mean, this is probably my 6th, 7th account already.
Yeah, I mean, people talk about reporting me to CPS, saying that I'm indoctrinating my kids to be Nazis, and so, which is, I mean, obviously ridiculous. But it's like they talk about taking my children away, taking my job away, and this is getting back to God. I gotta get off of this screen share.
Yeah, please.
It's so hideous. But
close Vic's beautiful face. I love Vic.
This is going back to
beautiful face.
This is going back to Mark Kern's.
Okay, sorry.
No problem. I'll post Vic's face in a minute. This is going back to Mark Kern's thing though. Like, people come at you with horrific attacks, and you can report them. Other people can report them, and nothing will happen. But you say the slightest thing out of line, and you're in the out group for Twitter standards, and you're gone. And that's absolutely crazy. So Mark, so you reported this, Mark Kern. You reported this guy.
Yes.
Girl. Oh dear God! Don't report the stream.
You're banned now.
You
just lost your Twitter account because social media sites now and some game companies don't just look at your behavior on their game or their service, they look at beyond. So maybe Twitter will look at YouTube and be like, "Oh, you violated."
Are you referring to a specific game company that now evaluates your off game presence? Are you referring to a company in particular?
Wait, who does that? Who?
Blizzard.
Oh
Blizzard
my God!
I think.
So, Blizzard, if you take me out of season 17 of Diablo, I'm coming down to your offices and I'm gonna cry in front of you.
He's coming for
one
you.
person playing Diablo 3. I can't believe it. they make those updates just for you. They can't ban you.
Yeah, I know. It's like
there's a double standard here. It's a complete double standard. Because you're not allowed to subtweet someone behind your block. That's against TOS policy. You're not allowed to incite your followers to dogpile anyone, which is what this lovely woman is doing. And you're not allowed to harass people. And as far as I know, maybe libel and slander isn't up there. Maybe that's not against TOS. Maybe you can say whatever you liked about somebody else.
No, because Rekieta harasses a lot of people, and they're still on the site.
Yeah, and so I report this, and it's like, no, we see nothing. I don't see much of anything here.
Well, on that topic, somebody made a very astute observation, which I will now echo in my own words. It appears that Secret Gamer Girl is a frequent participant of a website called Tumblr. It's a very terrible place. I don't know if you heard of it. Apple actually had to take Tumblr down because of the proliferation of child pornography on it. So this child pornography website, Tumblr, is associated with this Secret Gamer Girl person. And I'm not saying that Secret Gamer Girl is a pedophile, but they are associated with a known pedophile website called Tumblr, which again, Apple had to take off the App Store for its proliferation of child pornography. And it really, even if I'm wrong on that fact, you can't focus on the facts of what I've said. You have to look at the surrounding issues.
Well, look at this standard.
Joke is there's the truth in there, because a lot of these sites, Reddit, Tumblr, Twitter, all these sites have, I don't want to go into the nitty-gritty because we're limited on time, but they all have in the beginning these child porn issues, and we're taking care of it. They're taking care of it. I mean, the thing you have to keep in mind is that we're getting attacked for what everyone else is doing, getting rid of child pornography.
Now, maybe that's the trick. I think that might be the real secret here, is that Secret Gamer Girl is mad that you're stopping these minor attracted persons. How dare you, disgusting people, call them child porn, call this child pornography. This is minor attracted persons engaging in art.
He's committing satire. I'm interrupting.
I know, I'm joking.
To put these stickers on that statement.
But I mean, But I mean, like, honestly, it's mere moments. We're moments away from Reset Era fully endorsing ethical child porn, right? Like that.
Oh, they've
that's
already
coming.
tried
Yep,
it
for sure.
They've dipped their toes in the water.
Don't they have a
with the
mod
art.
on their thing who's a fucking pedophile?
I mean, probably, statistically, all of them.
Yeah, probably. But there's a real one. His name starts with an A. Josh probably knows who I'm talking about, but
I don't know the staff of Reset Era thing.
okay, because I know on the thread V mentioned it in one of the threads, but I'm not going to see their name for two reasons. One is because libel, and the other one is because I just don't fucking know.
Oh, it's probably on some kind of forum thread about Reset Era. I'm sure if you dig deep enough, you could find it.
Well, but, these people, they're a lot of them are.
It's a real problem, right? Like CP on the net is a huge problem, and what's even more disturbing to me is the normalization of it through MAP. Minor attracted persons, and the very people like this. The political ideology that fuels secret gamer girls vitriol is the same one that protects minor attracted persons. And
Let's tell them what they are, degenerates.
Not only that, but back in the Gamergate days, I basically quit Gamergate because it moved away from ethics in games into sort of the culture wars, right? And there was this this person also on Twitter, Sarah Nyberg, and I guess Sarah Nyberg. It came out that she was a staunch anti-gamergator and definite critic of me, was in my mentions all the time, attacking me. This person turned out to self-admittedly on Twitter say that they had inappropriate contact with their sibling, and all these people. And I'm pretty sure if you go to the Wayback Machine, I'm pretty sure Secret Gamer Girl can be found right there defending those actions. Not just the person, but those actions. And Sarah Nyberg eventually wrote an article saying, yes, it's all true, but I was just being an edgelord. And,
right. Well, didn't the
which
same
is now
thing
known as the Nyberg defense, by the way.
Didn't the same thing happen with that guy, Lena Dunham, who
I got it. I heard it.
Who basically, this is during the Milo thing where he talked about himself, where Milo became a pedo apologist because Milo said, when I was like 11, I felt I had the ability to consent, and didn't impose that on anyone else. He just said that that's what he felt. That was his experience. And at the same time, and he was thrown out of everything. And then Lena Dunham, like around the same time, in her autobiography, talked about sexually assaulting her younger sister as a child or an adolescent. And people were like, yeah, but that's just whatever. The double standard is absurd. And consistent.
Meanwhile, if a Republican does it, they're all of a sudden fucking Hitler. It's like I'm not defending these people. I'm just
the
saying
real
that,
people pushing for who are acting so outraged about CP are actually the ones that are normalizing it.
Oh, it's
yes, that's what I mean.
As like male feminists. Yeah. Like, why is it that male feminists are always the ones who are accused of rape? And why is
predators?
They're predators. That these people who seem to be the most hung up on this issue turn out to be offenders themselves? And not to completely diverge off topic, but I know that Secret Gamer Girl is watching this, because after you showed that tweet that I had screen capped, they blocked me. So I know, motherfucker, I know you're out there. You're blocking me on the Twitter.
Get a hair transplant.
Not stopping me.
Oh, well, okay.
Wait a minute. Guys, I gotta say, Secret Gamer Girl, you are a beautiful woman. You go get him, girl. You get him. Power to you. Power to you. Just like Oprah, you're making fat sexy. My goodness, you rock it. You rock it. You don't need hair. You can have all your hair down in the beard and on your penis and not on your head. That's you. You go get him. You get him.
Oh God.
I'm with it.
Sorry.
So if the lovely Secret Gamer Girl is listening, I have a question for you, Nick, which is basically, it's like, has the law caught up with this at all? I said that if it goes farther, if there's actual damages, if people stop buying my game or whatever like that, is there any recourse here for someone like me, for someone who is factually wrong on the face of the facts?
Okay, so the short answer is yes. Here's what has to happen as far as Secret Gamer Girl. So Secret Gamer Girl accuses you of supporting child pornography, thinking that you are Other Mark, disregarding the fact that Other Mark doesn't support child pornography. That's a whole separate thing, and that's his issue. But he says that
Not an issue.
well, I mean, the dispute between the statement becomes your issue, right? Like the potential defamation as far as your name is in there. That's a separate issue from Mark Kern's issue. Mark Kern has this thing where let's be deferential as possible to Secret Gamer Girl and say that she misidentified you. Well, now that you have brought actual knowledge to Secret Gamer Girl to say, hey, that's not even me, you need to retract that statement. If they don't retract the statement, then you absolutely have a cause of action, depending on what they specifically said about you. Do you have, can you tell me about what they said, like what the wording was? Do you know?
There were several.
Or have access to it?
See.
Yeah, if you could pull any of them up, that would be wonderfully helpful. And we can hypothetical through this, like what it would look like for this beautiful overstaked woman to be sued.
I can read one. I happen to have one of these screen caps on my desktop still while he's pulling up the actual ones. This is the one that I have. It goes without saying that the Mark who talked THQ Nordic into this is Kern, right? Regular of the site still somehow works in the industry despite the massive pedophilia ties, is promoting the hell out of the link, hunting for people to blame for it blowing up currently.
Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, you've got now Mark Kern, you're a verified journo on Twitter. not really. You got
God.
You
I'm
got
a filthy blue check, yeah.
You're a filthy, disgusting blue check, and no. So I've been having this discussion because I've been talking about the Vic Mignogna situation, who's also a blue check, but he's a voice actor. So it's like a limited community knows who he is, and similar for you, a limited community knows who Mark Kern is, but your face isn't out like all over the place. Right? Like, and if no offense to you, but if I walked down the street and asked 50 people who Mark Kern is, probably 49, if not 50 of them have no idea. That's
Absolutely.
Just right. And they certainly couldn't,
Thank goodness.
And they certainly couldn't point your face out on Jay Leno's Idiot on the Street board or whatever. So the question is, does a verified check on Twitter make you a public figure? I think that's a coming legal question in the next 3 to 5 years. And I think it depends, right? Like my position would depend on who my client is. But I think for you especially, there's no way that you're a public figure. No one, you're walking down the street. I don't think that outside of a circle of friends or a very specific community that people identify you as, hey, that's the guy involved in Diablo and World of Warcraft Vanilla and all that stuff.
And that's important because there's public figures
right. There's
less standing in this, or wherever you call it.
Right. It's public figures have a higher burden of proof for showing. They have to show what's called actual malice, which is knowing falsehoods, or then at worst reckless disregard for the truth. But here's the interesting thing: like, one, you could say the initial statement is just Gamer Girl being absolutely stupid. And so, okay, you're just a moron and you don't figure out that there are more than one person in the world named Mark, so it wasn't me. But then you gave them constructive notice, and if they double down after that, if they double down on that point and refuse to retract the statement, it's not just that they make a subsequent statement, it's a refusal at this point because it's published under the legal definition for libel. Twitter is a publication, so it is published in a medium that can be saved and reproduced. It is now published, so they have to issue an actual retraction of the statement, or there is defamation. Now, the defamation is probably, you mentioned showing damages from loss of some sort of contract. I would argue there's a possibility that you could achieve what's called per se damages because of the nature of the allegation. Child pornography and pedophilia is such a strong topic that the damages could be presumed. Because, for example, let's say some uncritical person, you're going to go pitch Ember to the next to a production or a major production studio, and
this
they
is
say
a big concern. Yeah,
right, and so they say, wait a minute, aren't you that child porn guy? And you have to try and overcome that burden and say no. And the real danger is that they don't return the phone call in the first place because they're like, isn't that the child porn guy? And so the damages in this case might be presumed. It might be defamation per se. So I would say that based on just an initial calculation, do you have a legal claim against this fat depressing person? Maybe you might actually legitimately have that.
I am actually live tweeting right here. I'm saying I am putting Secret Gamer Girl on notice that her statements about me are completely and demonstrably false. I ask for a full and immediate retraction and apology.
That is
I'm also in the Gamergate thread banning shit posters, but that's a topic for another time. Sorry about the clack.
And that's a wonderful tweet. It's very thorough. Of course, I cannot give you legal advice because
I'm not taking this as legal advice. I'm acting on my own recognizance.
Yeah,
I waive everything.
Let me tell you very seriously, and I 100% mean this. If you need a referral to someone who could press a defamation case in whatever stupid state that Gamer Girl is in, if Gamer Girl refuses to retract the statement, DM me and I will give you a firm that would love to just run that thing through the meat grinder of the legal process.
If you need a servicing address, let me know and I will find that for you.
I have never been accused of this before, and this is really disturbing to me because I was so angry with the Sarah Nyberg thing, and the reason I quit Gamergate was that people in Gamergate were saying that I misgendered her and by calling her a him. And therefore, I was far more in the wrong than this person who is self-admittedly committing inappropriate pedophilic acts with a sibling. So,
wait a minute. Sarah Nyberg?
Yeah, he's an actual pedophile.
Wait, no, but he's a she? Like what?
No, I think it's
another M to F. Another M to F.
Oh, right, yeah.
Oh, and is this a convicted? I'm sorry, is this a convicted pedo?
It's not convicted. If I remember correctly, it's been a while. Sarah Nyberg ran a Final Fantasy fan forum.
Oh my goodness, what a cancerous property Final Fantasy has become. Sorry, go ahead.
I believe that they had special boards for like underage posters to post like porn and stuff with them. I don't remember specifically the details, but
is this person? Is that?
Yes. That's them.
Oh, that is.
Oh my God! Yes. So please.
Yep. Boy, flash from the past. Did not need to see that again.
Yeah. It's
like
a shocker.
Goodness
watching
gracious.
Nick's camera in Google Hangouts is the riskiest thing. He just blindsides you.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to learn all of this, guys. I like my 2 years ago. 2 years ago. But no, 2 years ago, when Gamergate's happening 2 and 3 years ago, I'm on the sideline. I'm still on Facebook and not Twitter at this point. Like I had a Twitter, but I never used it. And I'm like, you know what? I think journalists sleeping with game reviewers or with game developers is a little weird. I have problems with that. Sure, I'm with Gamergate, I guess, and go fight the culture war, guys. I'm cool with that. But like that's it. And then as I'm getting into this, I'm like finding out the absolute horrifying Lovecraftian villains that are in all of this. Like Like look at Digital Cthulhu here with more. That guy has more. That beautiful woman has more chest and back hair than I will ever have in my life, and that is I don't get it. And why is it so stereotypically? Why is this the issue over and over? I just. Ooh.
Because they have absolutely no respect for the things they claim to be, and it is entirely a business strategy. It's not even like a mental illness at that point. It transcends that and becomes a business proposition for brand recognition. It is the most soulless, depraved thing possible.
Like I said, they're animals.
Yeah, and that one's a rather hairy animal. Someone briefly said, "Smash or pass, Nick." Smash or pass? Smash with a sledgehammer. Put it down. Put it out of its misery. In Minecraft, anyway, or like Diablo 3 or whatever.
Just a random thing. I'm blocked, of course, but my good friend Josh, different Josh, no relation, is looking at Secret Gamer Girl's Twitter feed, and they've just in a couple minutes retweeted a link from this other person named Hikari no Yume, which I'm guessing they're not actually Japanese, but what they're saying is, when they say Kiwi Farms just collected the information, there's nothing wrong with this dossier, that's when you stop listening, report for targeted harassment, and block. So they've posted this retweet in the last couple of minutes. I apropos of absolutely nothing, I'm sure, not listening to this, not running damage control, I'm sure. But yeah, you should definitely retract your statements about this Blizzard employee.
Yep.
Because it's kind of fucking awful of you.
So Secret Gamer Girl, since you're listening, I am saying it here too. I am putting you on notice that those statements you are making about me are completely false, and I'm asking you for a full retraction apology. And Nick, can I also put her on notice to preserve all documents at this point?
Yeah, I would say that at this point, Secret Gamer Girl, anything that you delete or try to obfuscate, and by the way, Twitter doesn't let you do that, you big dummy. Twitter doesn't let you do that. Anything you delete or obfuscate, you are now officially on notice of potential pending litigation, and anything deleted in contemplation of pending litigation will get a jury instruction of a negative inference. They are to assume that you deleted the worst thing you could possibly say. So let me just suggest that it would be very, very bad for you to try and delete evidence of what you have said. It would be much better for you. And this is not legal advice. Certainly you should contact a lawyer in your own jurisdiction.
I didn't ask you for this. I'm doing it.
I'm talking to
notice for notice of preservation. So
I'm talking to no. When I say this is not legal advice, I'm saying to Secret Gamer Girl. Secret Gamer Girl should probably go retain the services of an attorney. They should pay them an adequate retainer, and they should ask them if they should delete any tweets in contemplation of pending litigation. And I can pretty much assure you that the response that you'll get is, no, dear God, please don't delete anything, because electronic discovery will not only find the deleted thing when they subpoena Twitter, but they'll find evidence that you deleted something at this point in time, not even before this. That would be very devastating for your case if a case were to manifest. So I would strongly advise against that, and advise you to consult an attorney as soon as possible.
Okay.
Also,
so I have issued formal notice that demanding the retraction of the statement. I have put her on notice to preserve all documents and communication regarding this issue. And now I'm going to ask you, Nick, to please forward me that law firm an email so that I can start a little chat with them. And we'll, if the retraction does not occur, if this continues, and if some damages occur, we talked about it's time to push back. So, I'm going to get ready here. I mean, the ball is in Secret Gamer Girl's court. She can, I'll give her a very nice little bit of time here to retract her statement, and then we'll just see what happens. But yes, I would love that recommendation for that law firm. I will unironically send it to you via Twitter DM as soon as this stream is over. It is someone I know and trust, and they do not
play. They do not play around. So yeah, and if you just tell them that Nick Rekieta referred you, they will put you at the top of the callback list. So
and if I may interject, I have somebody sent me this link, and I'm just going to read it because they say Jake was implying Kern was a pedo last week too, and this is an archive of some tweets on a very long chain about God knows what. But it says if you were really into anime in the 80s, you were into this very niche, very underground tape trading scene, watching bootleg fan subs of absurdly violent OAVs, because there was a weird taboo about the whole thing, and for the element of extravagant spectacle to Akira. And if you're really into anime now, you're an incredibly creepy misogynist / pedophile, either streaming same-day fan subs off the internet or blowing
That's
all
so
your
racist. I was watching anime.
Take it
in
easy. It's just a
Japan.
drawing.
I was watching anime as a kid growing up in Japan as a Chinese kid. That's a completely racist statement. I'm sorry.
on PVC dolls.
now
There's
let me. Oh, go ahead.
By the way,
there's
Nick,
more.
I have this good video for you that I'm not sure if I should show you now or show you later, but basically
let's do that later.
Yeah. Okay.
In context of the discussion.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. Because, sorry.
No, I'm just kidding. Josh, what were you saying, buddy?
It's basically like, oh, sorry.
There's no real link between the two, nor between either of the two, and the semi-mainstream going to conventions, eating Pocky, and spending like $300 to get the entirety of Slayers as massive bricks of VHS tapes, or later, more DVDs than it should really have been spread across. And there's also been no period when all that wasn't backed up with hugely popular series. Being on regular broadcast TV, going all the way back to stuff like Astro Boy, none of this stuff anyone was ever looked at funny enough beyond the taboo Mystique shock scene. And then there was stuff pandering directly to Mark Kearns of the world. Oh, so he's saying, yeah, the Mark Kearns of the world who love shitty anime and PVC dolls, apparently. Now I'll send you this as well.
All right, can I tell you? So part of what she's referring to is me posting anime images of navel. So can I tell briefly what that's all about?
Yeah, you may.
3-4 years
Oh my
ago.
God.
So
sorry, give me a second. Did you just say anime images of navels?
Yes.
So
why is life a meme? Why did life become a meme? Okay, sorry. Go on.
Well, I am the navel meme. That's who I am. So basically 3 years ago, I guess, I was on a rant about political correctness, and Penny Arcade Expo is a big gaming show, right? And they actually have a policy against excessive displays of aggressive cleavage and or navel. And
aggressive cleavage. Whoa.
So I said, I understand what aggressive cleavage might be, but what's an aggressive navel? And someone was actually, I think Jessica Negri was booted out of the con for aggressive navel. She had an image she was promoting some game. I forget which game it was.
It was the Suda game. Fucking Julie. Oh, fuck it. Suda 51 game.
Guys, I'm gonna hit my fetish right now. You have full license to post links to aggressive navel in the chat.
Oh God.
So what I did is I asked my followers, I said, I have no idea what an aggressive navel is. Can you show me? Can we start researching this? Because this is really important.
I saw this before I even knew who you were. Someone on my Twitter feed either liked or retweeted it. Yes, go please. Sorry, I'm marveling.
So
in the
and the
circle.
rule I had was nothing nude, nothing lewd. Right.
Right.
And I said that several times. And so people would send, and I wouldn't post anything. People would send me stuff and I would retweet it. And we had everything from Angry Orange all the way to like battleships, which are my favorite type of aggressive navel. And in between a whole lot of anime titty, right? With fully clothed, but with navel window if fully exposed, which I didn't think was a big deal. And wow, we had plenty of navel windows. They started covering that up, by the way. in characters, but this was sort of like the height of Britney Spears and stuff, and everybody was wearing this, and so we would have these midriff cut things, and anyways, that is what Secret Gamer
It's
Girl is
happening.
referring to as posting.
Oh,
yeah, so this is what she's
look at
accusing
him.
me.
Aggressive navel all over the stream. Watch out!
But Nick, the game we talked about earlier was Lollipop Chainsaw. I remember the name.
That's the name. That's the game. She was booted for her official cosplay for Lollipop Chainsaw because of aggressive navel.
That's amazing.
So
it kind of baffles me that we're so PC now that we've become repulsed by the female form. Can I make that observation? I'm sure nobody has before.
Show me that battleship.
We got some real aggressive navel going on here.
Yeah. I'm getting so hot. Yeah.
Leave it to the Chinamen to be navally aggressive. Trying to take back all that South China Sea.
Dude, Asian American, please.
Christ.
So, oh yeah. So basically, I think she's alluding to that episode of Twitter. There you go. Yeah,
there you go.
Sorry, people are just throwing it up in the chat, and if it's as long as it's non-nude, I'm throwing it up here too. I'm dying.
I should take a look at the chat one of these times.
The rule was nothing nude, nothing lewd. So, but we did get to some semi-lewd ones. But yeah, so this person mischaracterizes that as child pornography, and not only that, by simply retweeting the link for the AMA, that's all I did. This person's accusing me of relentlessly promoting child pornography. And then because I said, who the heck started this anyways, said that I am drilling down and trying to find the source of these people who started this conflagration to harass, basically, is the implication. And all I did was like, hey, can somebody tell me what's going on? But you know what? Navel's a lot more interesting. Let's talk more about that.
I mean, I like abs personally.
You know what navel is?
Navel.
And this is what recent fighting game also covered up the navel, and some Japanese visual novels were censored with a flash of light across the belly button. This is the Victorian. This is the Victorian ankle of our time.
It's like they're treating it like a nipple. Or you're gonna have to take one of those like heart-shaped stickers and put it over your belly button.
Yeah.
So
pasty that thing immediately if you go out in public. How dare you?
Yeah, there's no difference between, oh my gosh, you're showing a little bit of ankle in the Victorian ages, and oh my gosh, you're showing some belly button now. It's like it might as well be a wardrobe malfunction that gets network TV in trouble. It's ridiculous.
I have a brief story about showing the ankle. So before I started my YouTube channel, one of my buddies on the Dick Show Facebook group, this guy named Adam Nash, who became a living meme, he got into an English as a second language for like Iranians Facebook group. I don't know how, and he invited a whole bunch of us. And so we're all in there, and there's a bunch of Middle Eastern guys trying to learn and practice their English skills, right? And then Adam, for whatever reason, decided to start asking how to convert to Islam and asking for and he started asking for like appropriate passages of the Quran to start reading. And these guys, like, bless their sweet souls.
Of course they would jump right on that.
And they were like non-aggressive and completely nice. But so they start sending him verses and stuff. And then he responds by saying, brothers, help me. I'm trying to convert and follow the teachings of Muhammad, but I can't avoid the knee. And he started posting pictures of women's knees and calves. And they're honestly like they're responding like, no, brother, resist the temptation. Muhammad will guide you. It was like, oh my God, what is happening?
Oh, God.
Oh, real quick, Nick, someone's asking me to have you check your DMs. I don't know.
Oh no,
I don't know why.
My DMs are a disaster,
ma'am.
Who can you give me a clue? Because I've got a bunch of unread DMs. Can you give me like
Gallon Dunn Hammermore?
Oh, okay. So he wants to come on the stream. to talk about Sarah Nyberg. Should I send him the link? Are you guys okay with that? I don't
know this person.
Yeah, I can't vouch for him.
Yeah, well, no, I mean he's a follower of mine, and we've talked on DMs and stuff like that. But I just never like to invite someone without my guest's consent. So because we don't have implied consent here, only express consent.
I mean, I'm fine with whatever. I mean,
So that means we can like, so we have full consent, so we can have sex now, right? So that's
Yes.
what that means.
Okay.
Now I have removed the thing because I don't want to dox the Hangouts link. But okay.
Of course.
So I'm gonna send him the link, and he can come in for a little bit and talk about this. But you know, this is like just a constant thing going on where they're weaponizing. The weirdest thing about this, like this whole, first of all, hashtag pedos everywhere, and I'm sorry to be discombobulated, but my brain's going like 1,000 miles an hour plus whiskey. We've got pedophilia like coming out of the woodwork. Actual dangerous to children pedophilia it's in every news story ever since Trump got elected. And I assume it's because there's a focus on it and not just because like there's a deep state psyops on it. But it sure seems like pedos are flipping all over the place. And then here we got people who openly support like minor attracted persons and validating their sexuality towards children, and then weaponizing the accusation of pedophilia against you. It's this constant sort of duplicitous struggle, and I don't understand where this came from. Like, why are we even engaged in this discussion? Do you guys have any thoughts on like what is pedophilia so like disgustingly rampant and we're just now starting to get into it, or is it something else?
It's mass hysteria, I think it is, because that's what England is the worst. I want everybody to know that the United Kingdom and all its territories are hell on earth, and one day God will smite the lands of England and sink the island to the bottom of the ocean like the lost city of Atlantis, which is where it belongs. And one of the main symptoms of God's impending wrath on England is that they are obsessed with pedophiles. And I don't know what it is, but they even have a word for it. In the same way that like Americans will call each other gay, they will call each other nonces. And the word nonce means pedophile. And it's just like a fun word they throw around. The entire culture there is obsessed with pedophilia. And it's spreading. This obsession is spreading, and it's bizarre, and it really cheapens what people are actually talking about.
Like it's just fucked up. It's like it's fine if you're gay, you know, like that's how you like things. You like dick, that's fine. But it's like you're harming fucking children. What the fuck is wrong with you? You know, I mean. If you're gay, there's nothing wrong with that. You just want to fuck other dudes. It's your sexual preference. But with child pornography, it's fucked up. It's like you're harming children.
And the weird, like the most nefarious thing is they're latching this cause onto the struggle of like gay people have had some seriously difficult times leading up until about the last decade or two. They really did have some issues integrating into society, and their hashtag it gets better or whatever. But like, I think it's extremely nefarious to talk about people who are objectively. I'm sorry if you're actually attracted to kids. I really am, and that's a struggle that you have to deal with. But it's
you need mental help. If that's the case, you should seek all the help you need, because that's not normal. You should speak to a priest, a rabbi.
And there's a very good chance that if you are attracted to kids, you were molested yourself.
Right. It's an off the charts correlation. It's terrifying. And the idea that we're trying to like normalize predatory behavior based on, and I don't care if that offends you that it's called predatory, because if you're after children who do not have the ability to consent and are physically weaker and unable to get away from you, it's like it's the massive it's everything. It is everything coming together where they have less authority on you based on age and our cultural tradition of 1, respect for elders, and 2, deference to age, which is a weird thing up until a point. And then you combine it with the literal physicality of it that they do not have the ability to resist. And 4, you've got the caregivers problem where children look to every adult for care and safety. Even when you tell them not to, that's their natural instinct, is to look towards the biggest person around who can protect them if they're hurt and scared. And to combine all of that into this disgusting soup of danger for a child in the face of someone who's attracted to minors. If you're attracted to minors, you literally need therapy. You need help, because it may not be your fault, but it doesn't matter if it's your fault, because you're a danger to the people around, or to the children around you. And to normalize that by saying, well, it's the same thing as homosexuality or transgenderism or whatever. No matter what lengths we go to on those fronts, we cannot ever cede the ground on pedophilia and minor attracted persons. It's not in the same caliber. There's a different level of risk there.
Right. Every now and again, you see them trying to make pedosexuality a thing.
And welcome to the stream, Galen, by the way.
I will buy a gun before that happens.
Yeah.
Let's not talk about.
Hey, happy to be here.
Yeah. I mean, look, guys. There's a strong delineation between merely buying a gun and using one to shoot a pedophile. He just said he would buy one. He did not say anything threatening any group of people. Let's be very clear on that.
First and Second Amendment rights on this.
That's right.
We do. But don't you dare say any profanity on the stream, or I will throw you up. No, I'm just kidding. Obviously, but we have a new guest. Hammerroar. Can you? What do you want me to call you?
Just call me Galandon if you want.
Galandon. Okay. So you asked to come on the stream to talk about Sarah Nyberg. Is that her name, Nyberg?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sarah Nyberg had an IRC server where, formerly Nicholas Nyberg, where she and a bunch of other, shall we say, seedy individuals were sharing creep shots of very young children. And it wasn't
Wait a minute. Are you suggesting that the beautiful flower, the lovely woman, and by the way, on StreamMe, I do have an active poll, and it's a smash or pass poll on Sarah Nyberg, and we're at 26 votes for smash and 38 votes for pass. So we're almost. I mean, we're at like a 60-40 split there. You're saying this beautiful flower. What?
What's wrong with you? How do you sleep at night?
Well, I mean, maybe I loaded the
audience.
I might have loaded the questions on StreamMe, but I admit to no wrongdoing. But so you're saying that this beautiful woman was engaged in a forum that was hosted, engaged in a forum or running an IRC that was hosting creep shots?
Literally running an IRC chat as part of their website. And funny thing, when confronted with it, they didn't say, these are fake. They said, yeah, they're real.
Oh, gross.
Yeah, they admitted to it. It was a Final Fantasy fan forum, right?
Yeah, was it?
No, come on. It can't be a Final Fantasy. Is that real?
No, it was real. They used to also distribute fucking music. A lot of fucking video game music was on that.
Hold up, Nick. Why do you have post-traumatic stress disorder regarding Final Fantasy?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Okay, which Final Fantasy though? Like which one? Okay, because the real answer on this is because I liked Final Fantasy 3 in the US, or 6 if you're a purist or whatever. I liked Final Fantasy 7. Final Fantasy 8 got stupid because they had guns with knives on them, and that was weird. And it's not like a bayonet, but it's like a gun knife. And then it gets progressively more degenerate from there. And then my friends, as I'm like an old school EverQuest player and very happy to have left my MMO life behind with EverQuest, Scars of Velius, and never to play another MMO again. they dragged me kicking and screaming into playing Final Fantasy 11, which is such garbage tier nonsense that like you run across the entire a quest, you run across the entire stupid map for 35 minutes, and then you get a cutscene and have to run back. I hated every second of that.
It's funny you mentioned 11 because I hear 14's actually really fucking good. Like,
It's 14 is
I haven't played it. I heard
it's okay, but here's the thing: like when you get to the top end of Final Fantasy, either 11 or 14, and this is like a massive credit to EverQuest and I think from what I've seen, WoW on itemization. The top tiers of 14 and 11, everybody's wearing the exact same gear with min-max stats, but it's like the literal same items, and then all they do is cosmetic changes to make all of them bikini-clad cat girls. Like everybody, it's embarrassing that the high end of your game is not the stats on the gear, but it's the cosmetic appearance, and I hate that system so much. And the crafting in MMOs has to go, in my opinion. It should be put on trains or whatever you want to say. But like get rid of it, ship it across country. I don't care. But whatever that is. But the like, why is it that Final Fantasy itself has devolved into this meme of course a Final Fantasy IRC is the one posting pedo pics. Like it surprises me zero.
Have you heard of the Final Fantasy house?
Series, when I know a lot of people get 8 and 9 shit and 10 shit, but the series really went to shit with 13. Like if you look at 13, sorry.
What?
Nick, have you heard of the Final Fantasy house?
No, what? Don't you dare! What is this? What is this?
Well, basically what it boils down to is a collection of otaku-kin lived in this house and called themselves the characters from Final Fantasy VII. And then
so someone's LARPing as like Cloud and who got 13? What furry got number 13? Like
really considering that gun now.
I think like 13 was their dog or something, but they like.
Oh, thank God.
They abused the guy they considered Zach Fair. They'd go around online like press ganging people into being in their little club and then getting them to live in their house so that they could live in the house rent free and basically not have to work.
Was it an ongoing orgy? Like, was it degenerate or was it just weird, like a weird con cosplay thing?
Okay, it was degenerate, but not in the way that you're thinking, because there wasn't really anything. Well, okay, there were attempts at making it sexual.
Okay, so was Cloud trying to quad slash Barrett? That's all I need to know. Was that happening?
Whoever was in charge of the whole house kept trying to get Zach to hook up with Eris, but to my knowledge, he just kind of took his stuff and fucked off after a few months.
What was it? Was Eris Eris a corpse? I hope they just had a dead body laying in the side room.
Wait, I know this is spoilers, but fuck, it's over a 20-year-old game anyway. Didn't Zach die before that happened? Like, so it makes sense. It's canon.
Eris was the one who died.
I thought Zach also died.
Zach Fair went out in a blaze of glory at the end of Crisis Core, so yes.
Oh, that's it. Yeah,
that was after 7. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my
well,
it was a flash. It was a scene that was flashed back to in 7, recreated in Crisis Core.
Oh my.
But
okay.
Mark, not Kern Mark, the other Mark. Did you see that?
We are the same. We are the Alpha and the Omega.
Yeah,
you are the light in the darkness.
You know, I have a really great place for you guys to talk about Final Fantasy. It literally just costs. It just costs your firstborn, literally. You have to pay the Piper. You have to pay Sarah Nyberg to get into his chat. But I've heard it's a really great place for Final Fantasy talk.
Yeah, Mark, did you see that Anita Sarkeesian is saying that that Gamergate basically created 8chan?
Yeah, I saw that. It's bullshit.
It was like, hey, I thought we agreed to stop using that time machine.
I mean,
Seriously,
technically,
I must have left keys
it
on the door
kickstarted
again.
it, really.
It did, but we didn't fucking. It didn't fucking. I mean, it kind of did kickstarted. I
No.
will admit that, but I don't know. I mean,
It was just Frederick's project. I mean, you came over
Yeah.
because of Gamergate and made V, right?
I know. He really took off because of the assistance of a lot of people during that Gamergate time. I mean, not everyone moved because of Gamergate, but a lot of people did go in because I allowed Gamergate topics.
Wait a minute. Is Anita Sarkeesian still like relevant?
I was gonna say that, you motherfucker. I was gonna say, wait. Here's a better question:
It's the best
Anita
knowledge,
Sarkeesian
no?
still does things?
Like, what's the timeline before Anita is a female to male trans dominating the knitting competitions? Like, what is happening?
Let's just be honest here.
I don't know.
For all the money she gets, for all the money these people get, I'm surprised I'm not being thanked.
Last time I checked, she's still raking in 500 grand a year.
Yeah, where the fuck is my thank you? Hello. I mean, I don't make. I fucking get scraps. Who the fuck are these people getting millions of fucking dollars? It's just like a nice thank you would be nice. I mean, what you have to do with someone going, oh, over 9,000 bombs. The fuck? How much money have you made over these past 4 years? You fucking.
Here's an anecdotal story. One of the big social justice people involved in Gamergate was somebody named Randy Lee Harper, and I briefly touched on this in my little stream today. But I gave
heard
high
that name.
praise to Randy. She has blue hair. She's big and has blue hair, so we call her Big Blue or Base Blue or something like that. And I've given her high praise. Because we've had conversation, and of all the people involved in that Gamergate, like Brianna Wu, Zoe Quinn, all those people, the only one I've ever spoken to was Randy Lee Harper. And that's because early on when I was dealing with my problem, my special friend, I dug into his articles and I discovered that before me, he went after Randy Lee Harper as a part of Gamergate. And specifically, when the Patreon hack happened, all the email addresses of everybody's supporters got leaked. And what he did is he took all her supporters' email addresses and emailed to them very old information about how she had been addicted to crack and had custody problems with her children. At least if I'm remembering that correctly, that's what it was.
No, you are. That's correct so far. I mean, she had a massive coke addiction and there would be some kind of custody problem with their kids, and there was like some.
Well, he sent that to all of her Patreon supporters. Basically, you need to stop supporting this person because
good.
She's a crackhead. No, it's not. He's a fucking.
Well, you know what I mean. It's like it's good that he sent out that information and made it wide known that she's a crackhead, abusive son of a bastard.
I don't ever condone going after somebody's money. I think it's bullshit. If you want to write your article saying you shouldn't support this person, but personally hunting down people and contacting them, I don't see that as fair play either way.
I suppose you're right, but I don't know. I'm just angry,
But I contacted her about him, and I was like, you've dealt with this guy. What happened with that? What was your story with him? And we had a very small conversation where she told me explicitly that they had all agreed upon not talking about the Kiwi farms ever. Because after Gamergate and after 8chan, they learned if you demonize a site like that, it's just free publicity. So don't ever do that. So if they've explicitly and it's true. I've never seen Brianna Wu, Zoe Quinn, or Randy Lee Harper ever publicly say the name Kiwi Farms because they are intentionally trying to prohibit us from getting recognition from them. And when I talked to her, all I got was the sense that she was a very smart person. She was very cutthroat, and she was a good businesswoman. And I get the sense with all of them that they are just business people, and this is their business.
Well, yeah, for sure. I mean, it's definitely a business. I mean, look how much money Quinn and Wu's running for Congress. Quinn's making a lot of money. Anita's making a lot of money. It's definitely a profitable business. It's immoral as fuck, but it's definitely a business for sure.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you so much. I have a duty, an obligation, nay, a sacred oath to the chat that when they spend their hard-earned money to send me things to say, I have to go ahead and say them. And I've put it off for like 90 minutes. So does anybody need to leave? Otherwise, I need to start reading through some of these, and you are all welcome to stay, but I don't want to hold you here for those.
I
As
love
long as, as
I
long as
love
you
that
continue.
part of it, but unfortunately I do have to go. This was an impromptu. I didn't schedule time for
Right,
this, but I wanted to
right.
hop on the chat. But Nick, thank you again for having me. I really appreciate it. And definitely send me that law firm. I'm
I
interested in if this escalates, I definitely would like to, have that information.
I will 100% do so as soon as this stream is over. And then the other thing, just to let you know, you are always welcome anytime. I mean, our other chat was fantastic. People really, really liked it. And I would love to have you back to talk about all sorts of subjects. Real quick, have you been following the Vic Mignogna situation in anime?
Oh, not since we talked about it on the last stream, and I noticed some tweets going back and forth with you and some other parties. But can you? I'm curious. I'll stick around for a little update there if you got one.
Yeah, well, I'll briefly update it. Let me read. Is anybody else about to leave?
No, I'll stay for a little bit. I mean, whatever. It's
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So let me do a brief Vic Mignogna update. Then Mark can check out, and then I'll do the super chats. So Vic has I think when we last talked, it was very early in the whole sort of saga. And I'm going to ask you, Josh, about this because Kiwi Farms has been watching the Vic Mignogna saga unfold quite a bit. I don't know if you're following that at all. But here's the basic gist. Since we talked, Vic has lawyered up. I have actually started a GoFundMe, and I can show it on stream real quick because it has been very successful so far. We have raised, let me refresh it. We have raised $79,376 in 8 days for his legal offense, and yeah, he has yeah. I guess clap. Academics, please clap. No, so we've raised that much money, and the reality is, this guy is basically facing decades of unverifiable allegations from people with ulterior motives that have gone nowhere for roughly 10 years, despite the fact that all of these actions took place allegedly in public. Many of them are he's accused of hugging and kissing on the cheek or forehead an underage fan who comes to his table and pays him. Many of these stories have been fabricated as the person was offended, where they will later come out and say, whoa. No, I asked him for this. This was done with my consent. My parents were there. It's just a harmless hug. Nonsense going on. So since all of that, Vic has lawyered up. He's hired a high-powered law firm that specializes in dealing with corporate and business litigation, because Vic is an independent contractor, and therefore I don't know if he operates as a sole proprietorship or an LLC, but this is business. This is not just personal, and that's the real nefarious thing. But they are engaged in some sort of legal work. And the best part about this, Mark, is
oh yes,
as I've been covering all this, you can watch these people wilt as the reality of legal action comes home, because none of them thought. And this is so important. And Mark Kern, I want to get your kind of take on this.
Sure.
Have you seen anybody actually fight back against these brigades? To my knowledge, it's always they capitulate, they apologize, and then they lose over and over and over again. Have you seen anything different than that?
No, I mean the standard operating procedure has always, up until now, and it has been a good procedure until the rise of, well, let's say
The
social
outrage
media
mob.
and everything else, and the outrage mob, was to just not say anything. Was to just go underground or apologize and move on. That was good advice back then.
Like
But
20 years
unfortunately,
ago.
yeah.
Right.
But if you, or maybe not even, I would say maybe even that was still valid 12 years ago. But now if you do that, well, all that happens is they just double down, and they take your apology as an admission of guilt, and they further tar and feather you and your brand and everything else. So what's changing, and I think, what you saw was it's the pushback starting. The pushback happened, and during the genesis of the culture wars, right? So
Right.
around whenever that occurred, and then Gamergate came around and everything else, people started to push back, and then you had a presidential candidate start pushing back, and then you have, up until recently, let's say the Covington situation, which is a very high profile pushback with legal action. And I
Right.
think people are seeing now that, hey, there's another strategy here, because if we just apologize, they're going to use that as even more evidence of a presumed guilt, and ruin our reputation even more. If that's going to be the case, might as well fight it, right?
Yeah.
Right. Now you're not a practicing attorney, but you did graduate from law school, is that right?
Yep, by the skin of my teeth. Yep.
Did you take the bar or no?
Oh, that's an interesting story. I went in to take the bar, but I was starting my first game company, and as you know, when you take the bar, you gotta pay a prep course, thousands of dollars to prepare for this really big examination to get your bar license, right?
It's almost like a complete racket.
So well,
Almost.
I was too busy starting my first game company, and I didn't intend to practice law, but I'd already paid this money. But I said, you know what? I guess I'll take the bar, but just not this year. But I'll need to take the prep course again, and their contract states that if I failed the bar exam, I could get my money back,
Right.
and a credit, and I could take the course again. So I went in there, and it's a 3-day examination, right? So I go in there, big convention hall. There's thousands of would-be attorneys here, and I'm just whistling Dixie. I don't even have like a pencil with me. I'm like, "Hey, you got a pencil?" And I start making drawings in the sheets and everything else. I stay there for about an hour, and then I leave. And so that's as far as I got on a bar exam, and I did that to fail it. But I'm not a very good lawyer because I didn't read the fine print. You have to actually fail the bar exam to get credit, and your
Not
money.
incomplete it.
I
Not
got
incomplete
it
it.
incomplete.
Sucker.
So,
Okay,
so
but
yeah.
but okay, so that aside though, if you're putting on, and I'm asking you to go way back to law school here, but you're putting on your thinking cap. How do you fight this? Like, what do you do? So the story, of course, with Vic is that real quick recap. An anonymous, a virtually anonymous SJW on Twitter named Mars Girl, who used to be affiliated with Channel Awesome and all of their pedophilia problems or whatever, hashtag pedos everywhere. A basically anonymous person, Mars Girl, goes ahead and starts retweeting everything that is negative about Vic as the Dragon Ball Z Broly movie drops. They use basically the momentum of this movie and the cultural zeitgeist to get their message out that he is assaulting young girls with weaponized cheek kisses, and then that goes on for about 3 weeks. Then his co-stars, a couple of his co-stars by the name of Jamie Markey and then Monica Rial, drop that they hashtag Me Too, it has happened to them. And at that point, his employers, Rooster Teeth and Funimation, decide to cut all ties with him and say, peace out. And then, of course, after that, all the conventions drop him as well. So,
Oh, quick note. Monica Rial actually got Vic his job at Funimation.
well, there you go. She's the best of friends and the worst of. It was the best of friends and worst of friends. So, Mark, like, okay, so if you've got these strata of people, right? Like, you've got very anonymous people with these allegations over years. You've got pseudo anonymous people like Mars Girl, who could probably be identified. Probably Mars Girl, you could be found if necessary. And then you've got his voice actors, and then you've got at the pinnacle, you've got the companies. How do you, if you've given 5 seconds to answer, how do you devise a legal strategy? What do you do? Come on, I'm giving you so much info. Yeah.
So wait a second.
Who do you hit first? You hit employers, co-stars, people on Twitter who spread the message, or then these anonymous people that are very hard to identify?
Well, I think you've got to go for the obvious target, get a victory there, and then go for the deeper pockets of the corporations involved, right?
Well, that's one strategy. I would go for the corporations first, personally.
You can either go deep pockets first, or if you need prior judgments in your favor, because I'm thinking about intellectual property law. If this were intellectual property, which is what I studied, then you'd go after the certain patent infringement cases first, and then you ratchet yourself up into the higher dollar infringers. But but I have no experience or education in libel or slander or defamation or tortious interference of business. So you're saying in this case, maybe go for the bigger target first, because
this is my theory is so here's the advantage Vic has. Vic has still massive support. Obviously, we've raised a bunch of money on GoFundMe, and my channel is not huge, right? So it's not like I'm a guy with 2 million followers trying to raise money for Vic Mignogna. So we've got a groundswell of support. Actually, his tweet that he lawyered up outdid on as far as likes and retweets the tweets of the women who've said they were sexually assaulted, which is, to me, that's a game changer in and of itself. But so my theory is that if you approach Funimation and Rooster Teeth in the right way, and you say, look, you thought this was going to go one way, it didn't go that way. Now you're hemorrhaging fans. He's got large groundswell support. And your other option is independent contractors who are voice actors. You can make this better. A very good friend of mine said the best way to resolve a business dispute is by doing more business, not by doing a lawsuit. So my theory is you take that straight to the businesses and say, listen, all you need to do is not even retract the statement, modify and clarify the statements that you made to say, you know what, we based our initial termination decision on statements that have now been shown to be dubious at best and possibly maliciously motivated at worst. We're going to go ahead and you approach them like this and you say, look, all we want from you guys, all we want from Funimation or Rooster Teeth is we want a retraction of what you said and a promise to contract with him in the future. That's it. And if you can give me a statement like that within a couple weeks, then we can go ahead and start leveraging that against the people who really did.
No, I can see that really working, because it's kind of the opposite. In IP law, you've got to get the small guys first, but in this case, what you're getting is the most visible sort of defendant here admitting that there was an error and basically making a statement of fact that this was an error and that there might be possible malicious intent. And now you've got that on public record. You can go to the smaller defendants and say, look, this is demonstrably false. This is we have a judgment or we have a settlement or whatever, and enter that as part of your evidence trail, right?
Right. And from a strategy session, divide and conquer. You've lost
not only that, but even if you never get to discovery, in the process of settling with these companies, part of their cooperation might be helping you identify some of these other smaller defendants who started it all.
Yeah, imagine a non-hostile discovery process where you just get to say, by the way, as part of the settlement, we don't want to go through all of your corporate communications, but why don't you just turn over all of the emails between you guys, actually not even between you guys. Why don't you just turn over all of the emails sent to you by this person, this person, this person, and this person? And that'll be good for us. And we won't go through your corporate communications. They will never be public. But
take that
isn't that like a violation of basic privacy laws?
Oh, no way. Not at all. Not at all.
So
if you like in discovery, like let's say Vic went to Funimation tomorrow and served them a lawsuit. Within a week, Vic can serve on them document requests. He can serve on and the production request will be literally every corporate email from this date to this date that has Vic Mignogna's name in it, no matter who said it or what was said. Or you can say every corporate email that references an internal investigation, for example.
Okay, that's different. I thought you were just talking about the company.
And all of that is, once you're in lawsuit territory, all of that is publicly accessible, which means a certain YouTuber who's gaining more and more subscribers by the day can call up a Texas courthouse and say, hey, I would like to see the discovery file submitted by Funimation in their lawsuit against Vic Mignogna. And then I can legally pull that up on stream because it won't be anything privileged because it'll all be public. And I can read the individual emails that Monica Rial, Jamie Markey, Chris Sabat, and Sean Schemmel, the bipolar weirdo, have sent to Funimation about Vic Mignogna. And I can read Samantha Inu Hart's emails, even though they're too large for the screen. I can read those. And people would have to take my word for what was said on the margins, of course. But I can read those.
I think I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
The finer point of their question is, hey, that's fine if you reach discovery, but what if you settle before you even reach discovery? And to that, is there an expectation of privacy in those emails? From what I understand, since those emails are on the corporate server to employees of Funimation, there is no right to privacy there. The corporation owns those emails and can submit them to you.
Yeah, they absolutely. The corporation could, like, if Monica Rial, for example, what I'm told, fourth BOMA, very important to be the fourth BOMA. If the fourth BOMA's emails were sent to Funimation, Funimation, especially in Texas, which I believe is a one-party recording state, but either way, even if not, once you send an email to someone, you do not have, in the course of business, you do not have a right to privacy in that email. And Funimation could certainly say, you know what, Vic's law firm, we'll go ahead and give you these. What we'd ask for you to do is not paw through the rest of our corporate communications. You can just use these, and we'd ask you, if possible, to not release these to the public. But if you have to in the course of litigation, that's up to the judge. But if you're maybe able to use these without litigation, we could go ahead and do that. So maybe if Monica Rial has some really embarrassing emails that she might have sent to Funimation that might not even relate to Vic, but might be about fans or something, and Funimation were to disclose those to the law firm, those would be able to be kept private pursuant to the agreement, assuming they don't have to go to court for it. But yeah, I mean, there's some funny games that can be played when you start going after, when you have a legal strategy and you go after the right people first. Like you said, in IP law, you go after the little people because you want judgments and say this is a violation of their IP, and then you go after the distributors. Like, and you can roll the downloaders, right? You say, you know what? We could go after you and put you in a civil suit for $150,000 per item you downloaded. But rather, we would want some testimony and sworn affidavits from you to implicate the distributor, who's much more important to us. And if we can use that evidence against the distributor, who you have no connection to, that's just a website you found, we can keep you out of this. We can nail the distributor. That's how you do it with IP. In
CSI language for TV viewers, TV lawyers, this is getting the perp to roll over on his friends, right? This is
yeah,
absolutely. Right. And the best part is you put those friends in the biggest air quotes you can possibly find, because you're just an independent contractor, and like I said, you're the fourth BOMA. No one on earth cares who's voicing Bulma. And people don't even care who's voicing Vegeta and Piccolo and Goku because someone else did it before you. So your face isn't on camera. All it is a voice, and a voice that can be done by a lot of people. I'm sorry, what?
Hashtag Tiffany Vollmer was the best Bulma.
There you go. Yep. There you go. But
I mean, I would say though, isn't like Vic doing this reluctantly? Like, he didn't, from what I understand, from what I read, he didn't want to sue. It's just like he's been forced to repair his reputation. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, well, and to be 100% clear, Vic has not sued a single person yet. To my knowledge, there has not been a single document served upon another party. And when there is a document served upon another party and a lawsuit is initiated, you'll know as soon as it's publicly available by watching my show, because I will read and laugh through every single second of every lawsuit. But
God.
he hasn't sued anybody. And to my knowledge, we're all in like this idea of pre-litigation, and everybody has an opportunity in pre-litigation to head off a lawsuit. All you have to do is call them up and say, hey, what do you guys actually want? Because I really don't want to deal with this. Or maybe you say, I'm a voice actor. I actually don't make much, if any, money, and I can't afford to fight this. Because I know that the average person probably can't write a check for 20 to 30 grand to defend something.
It's
Yeah,
also
for sure.
draining. I mean, the Funimation and other companies, they're not going to want to deal with a lawsuit because it takes every day. There's communication every day with your lawyers. There's communication every day with sometimes multiple firms. And not only that, Funimation has to spend time going through their emails and going through everything else to provide their attorneys with the information they need. This is a huge, huge distraction for any company, and companies will want to avoid it at all costs. So I can see your strategy, your proposed strategy, where Funimation says, "Look, we don't want to deal with this, and these are just contractors."
Right? Like, why? What loyalty do they have to these people? Especially if they can get.
I guarantee you, from a business perspective, because I saw this tweet, I saw people thinking that Funimation would pay money to defend them, even though they're not employees of the company. even if they were employees, as long as the company wasn't being fingered. I don't see that happening at all. What company?
Ask Mysterios how that worked out for him.
Yeah, Mark,
they will drop you in a second.
What's up?
Mark Kern, you've undoubtedly dealt with a corporate lawyer at some point in your life, right? Like, you've met one.
Many.
Is the corporate lawyer's job to defend you or the corporation?
Corporation.
And maybe if it's in the interest of the corporation, high-level officers, CEO, COO, CFO, but only if it's in the interest of the corporation to defend them, right? Like,
absolutely,
If you've got to, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, the duty is to the corporation. The corporation is the entity that hired the attorney, the in-house counsel, or whatever. And so, C-level executives will get the benefit of legal defense, but a contractor, I can't see that happening. That's so much money, more than it costs you to hire them in the first place. I just don't. From a business standpoint, there is no return there whatsoever.
So you're telling me that in Diablo 2 days, had Diablo 2 had Deckard Cain been accused of passing around CP, and his corporate counsel comes up and someone sues Deckard Cain and Blizzard North or whatever, and he says, stay a while and listen.
Oh, I was gonna make the stay a while and listen joke.
And the corporate counsel's like, nah, fam, you're on your own, right? Like, that's what would happen in a heartbeat, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Dropped like a hot potato.
Yeah.
Most of those guys at Funimation would probably get dumped because, despite the fact that they are fairly big stars with the company, they're not that important corporate wise, except for Sabbath. Sabbath owns the studio where they record all of their stuff.
I mean, but
that's a vendor. Like, that's a vendor. I'm not going to sit there so let's say
what I'm saying is that they've basically got no studio of their own without him.
Yeah, but I mean, couldn't they buy a foreclosed crack house and throw up?
If my outsourcer, if the outsourcer that's producing 3D models for my games gets sued, I'm not going to spend money to defend them. I'm just going to go get another outsourcer. And a recording studio, how hard are those to set up? I've done audio.
Not to mention that Funimation has millions of dollars, especially from the Sony deal, the movie deals. They're not like a one-off branch company. They have a lot of money.
Well, sure, they got a lot of money, but that doesn't mean they're generous. I mean, no.
Of course, I'm just saying that they could pick any studio they want.
Oh, they could make one, and they could say, "Hey,
exactly.
all you voice actors, and why don't you just go record with this firm that we just set up? We got a nicer studio too." Or they'll bring it in house. It's cheaper for me to bring the recording studio in-house, and I already have the contracts with all of these voice actors, and come record there. That is zero friction compared to getting involved with a lawsuit like this.
Yeah, because
Seriously.
this litigation, I mean, if you look at this even practically, like you buy a foreclosed property, and so you buy a foreclosed property for $60,000, and you convert one room of the crack house into a recording studio for another 20. You're 80 grand in. You're even with defending 2 voice actors on costs. Like, and you go beyond 2 voice actors, and you start getting into other Funimation employees. You start getting into negligent supervision and stuff like that. You can head that off, and your worst case scenario is that you're forking out less than 6 figures. Of course, you're taking that deal all day, every day. It doesn't make sense to defend.
I want to read a super chat real quick.
Yeah.
Because it's really funny. It says Rocket Insano says, "This is why subs are better than dubs, people." Once and for all, the debate has been settled.
Well, I'm all about subs.
Yeah. By the way, I know what you're saying about Funimation, like possibly pulling it in-house. Thing is, you got to realize this is one of the most incompetent companies in all of anime dubbing. Like,
Aren't they
If
the
I
ones
had
that
the
did the
technical-
horrible Yu-Gi-Oh? Or is that 4Kids? Are they the same thing?
4Kids. No, but the thing is, Funimation is incompetent. They at one point they had to rerun Dragon Ball Z for a period of like a year because they outsourced their dubbing to a company in Canada that wound up dropping them because they couldn't pay it after their distributor went down. So they spent a year putting together the voice cast for the English dub of Dragon Ball Z, which was infamously not well put together, especially if you have the DVDs like I do. I'm talking technically. I'm talking technically.
Look, even incompetent companies understand spending money versus not spending money. So.
And let me add another thing. Incompetent companies sometimes employ competent counsel, and there's a very real possibility that the incompetent steps that have led to the possibility of Funimation being included in a lawsuit didn't run this by their competent counsel.
That might be true.
There is one case that I could see a studio defending someone. If you were a movie studio and you had top billing talent, then maybe, and that you were relying on for future film, maybe. But what's been happening instead, what's been happening is that no one's defending actors and actresses who are accused of anything now. They just get dropped from their shows.
Mm-hmm.
So even in that case, I would say, but it's even weaker in the case of where you're just doing voice acting because they don't need your face.
Because I can literally do 80% of the male voices in Dragon Ball, and I'm just a nobody.
You know, they could.
Now we know the
truth.
Now we know the truth that Nick just wants to replace all the voice acting with his own voice.
I'm coming for you, Sabat. I'm coming for you, you cuck. I'm coming for you.
Whoa. I'm gonna unleash my inner Jim Sterling and say that voice actors are creative people and bring a lot to the table, and good ones are appreciated. But on a corporate level, companies do not give a fuck about anime dub or video game voice actors. Like, I'm sorry, they just don't give a fuck about you.
Certainly not for their Toonami release, right? Like maybe for their Broly release, right? They're like, okay, look, we've made a major investment in a massive motion picture. We're doing a global release of that. Maybe you want to invest in voice actors for your Broly release, which did 100 million globally, 30 million in the US, which is pretty big for an anime. I think the biggest.
Third biggest.
Okay.
Pokemon movies did a little better.
Okay, Pokemon doesn't count because all the pedos and autists are watching Pokemon. No,
God.
I'm just kidding. That's a joke. But either way, so it's a big it's a big release. You may want to invest in that. But your Toonami weekly release, Like, do you honestly care? You can get any fan of the show. You'll find somebody who can do a Goku impression, and you can run that all day.
Sorry, the only problem with that is that Toei has final approval on all actors, and Team 4-Star was actually contracted to do a short scene in an episode of Dragon Ball Z Kai, and Toei got wind of it and said, "No, you can't have those guys in there. We don't like those guys. You can't have those guys in there."
You know,
So,
Dragon Ball Z Kai can Kurt Cobain themselves out of existence for all I care.
I mean, it's done already, but still.
I hate it. I hate it. It should unexist.
It's funny you mentioned that actually, because I know Shim actually should talk to 4-Star the other day, but whatever.
When did he do that?
I think it was like about a week ago. It's unimportant.
Well,
basically,
hold on, guys. I have kept Mark Kern way past when he said he was going to go. So let me let you go, buddy. Thank you so much for joining the show.
Before you do that, Mark, I have sent you in your DMs. I've sent you another archive that one of my users found of Secret Camera Girl shit talking you, and this one is from July 2018. Reminder: Mark Kern is a full-on terrorist who told a friend of mine point blank to his face that he didn't care about the death threats being made against his children as a result of Kern's fascist propaganda.
Wow.
a load of crap.
Say what now? There's a lot to unpack there, as they say.
I'm sorry, Mark. Mark, are you a fascist, sir? Have you now, or have you ever been a member of the fascist party?
I'm ISIS and fascist at the same time, which I didn't know. Just
yeah,
I think he might have a grudge against you that has lasted for years, which might be evidence of intentional malice. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. That's a very interesting tweet. I don't know this person. This person has me blocked. I don't know when maybe we interacted a long time ago, 3 years ago.
Maybe even during the Firefall days.
And I don't know who this friend is or what this supposed, I don't care is. And, but a lot of stuff's been, lifted out of context by this person, and, mischaracterized. Like just asking, hey, how did this whole drama get started is not, as this person characterizes, a witch hunt to uncover people to harass about this issue. So it's, I'm not overly concerned. I don't think this person has any impact that I give a shit about. Really. Okay. I think it's amusing. I think that I also believe in standing up for myself. So if this person wants to throw down, I'll go legal. Sure. But I hope it doesn't come to that. I really hope that they, given the benefit of the doubt, that they retract the obviously false statements and we're good. I don't even want this person booted off Twitter. I said that. I just wanted to retract it. And one person did retract their statement. One of the followers did, and I'm grateful for that and thank you. So, but I know you got to get the super chat, and someone is waiting for me on super chat. I guess Blaine has a question, so I promise to stay for that. So I'll hang out till you get to that part.
Okay, it's pretty early on. I can actually see it already in the beginning. Okay, so real quick, let's start hammering through these. Chuckles just sends a thumbs up. Thank you so much. Scary Things Are Scary says, Nick, do a shot of SJW beta tears coming for me. Or SJW tears for me, cheers. Ron Toye is not in my office to cry into my cup, so I can't do that. Mithrin Emrys says, nice appearance with Tug, that umbrella guy. Also, nice to see you got another 1,000 subs. Legal Eagle better watch out. He better. We put together a better show than him every single day. So thank you for that. Bunsy the Frog says, Nick, question related to the Vic situation. If you were actually a victim of assault of whatever kind, and 20 years later you wanted to speak out about it, generally speaking, what could you really say publicly without risking a lawsuit? You can only say what you can prove. You can only say what you can prove, and that's how it should be. That's the missing element to all this is, can you prove it? I mean, maybe Vic assaulted a whole bunch of people. Can you prove a single word of what you said? And you prove it through corroborating evidence, through knowing, corroborating testimony, through knowing the date and the time. Just look at the Kavanaugh hearing and every single criticism that they had about those people. Apply it to your story. And if you can't fill in the date and time, maybe you just go to therapy instead of going to the media. And
another thing I want to note is that a lot of these people, they don't report these cases to the police. If
Right.
you're ever sexually assaulted or anything like that, don't cry about it on Twitter. Go immediately straight to the police and report it. I cannot stress this enough.
And
Day
I like to
one.
restate that I have no opinion on this thing. I don't know anything about it, but I do have an opinion on whether or not allegations should be substantiated and whether or not you should be slinging around libel and slander when you don't have the facts, and that is a definite no for me. But I just want the truth. I just whatever way it falls out. Yeah, this sounds like an important issue, but I just want to say
Right.
that.
The problem with a 20-year-old allegation is that unless you have the facts. Now, if you do, if you have a date, if you have an approximate time, if you have a corroborating witness, absolutely. But remember, if you can't prove it and verify it by some other thing than just your memory, I'm telling you in no uncertain terms, your memory from 20 years ago might have taken someone you know's face and put it on someone you don't know's body who violated you. That is absolutely a real thing. Eyewitness testimony gets less credible by the minute. Because our brains do weird things. If we can't identify someone, our brains really want to do that. And so they will put people we know into situations we don't. As a dumb parallel example, I have a friend, a very, very good friend who I used to hang out with quite a bit. And over again, I would supplant one of my other friends into my memories with him. I'd be like, and I'd ask him, I'd be like, hey, did you go see this movie? I went to go see it with this person. And he'd say, no, that was me, you moron. My brain just, for some reason, would supplant his face with someone else's. Memory is very fickle. If you can corroborate it with facts, if you have journals to back up, or again, if you have other people to back it up, then maybe you should talk. Maybe you should. You should have talked at the beginning, but that's water under the bridge. Maybe you should talk now, but you better be able to 100% nail it, because the risk is you're going to ruin someone's life over maybe your wrong memory or your worse. And this is what's going on over and over in the Vic situation. Over and over, people are saying, I didn't mind at the time, but now looking back, I feel uncomfortable. I'm sorry. Regret is not the same thing as being assaulted. It's just not.
True.
There's so many things informing that decision that have nothing to do with the intent of the other person. You cannot ruin someone's career and reputation over your regret that someone hugged you. Oh my goodness.
So now I'm
I know.
not saying that these people's experiences weren't true. They could very well be true. But in psychology, have you ever heard of the invisible gorilla selective attention test experiment?
Yeah. Where they have the basketball passing back and forth, and they ask you to count.
They bring this. They
Right.
bring this up in law school too when they talk about eyewitness testimony, where basically you have an experiment where participants were asked to watch a basketball game and count the number of passes that were made during the game, and they had to have the most accurate count. They had people so focused on this task that people watched the video, and at the end of the video, and that everyone submitted their answers, they said, how many of you actually noticed the gorilla? Because they actually had a guy in a gorilla suit walk through the crowd.
He like moonwalks through, right? He's like,
yeah,
it's a big movement.
You can see this on theinvisiblegorilla.com, actually, and they talk about the experiment there. And that's an eye-opener for anybody interested in the validity of eyewitness testimony. That said, this could absolutely be true recollections. This is not saying that these people's experiences aren't real, but you got to be careful, and we do need due process, because we have proven psychology that says you can miss a gorilla in a basketball game if you're focused on the wrong thing.
Right. And importantly, listen and believe. Let me say this. Listen and believe is absolutely critical. Is absolutely critical for victims. If you know someone who has an allegation of sexual assault against someone else, you should 1000% listen and believe them for their own mental health. Now listen, be very careful how you read this. You should listen and believe
I
them.
would say
Wait.
I would say trust
Let
and
me
verify.
let me finish.
Sorry.
For their mental health as a person-to-person, an interpersonal relationship, you should listen and believe. You don't need to really question it. It's not really useful in healing from trauma of sexual assault to say, now, wait a minute, were you really assaulted? All that. Now, there's a very, very big difference when you go from from cathartic therapy to I'm going to ruin someone else's life on this. That's when listen and believe transitions away from that and becomes trust but verify, right? Like, okay, I get your statement, but I need proof because someone else's life is going to be ruined by this. That's a whole different question. If you're listening and believing and there's no impact to a third party because they're in a different state, you're not bringing charges, you're not going after their job, fine. Listen and believe all day and help them heal through that. The second they say, I need to tell you this story and I need to bury this person, the whole game changes and suddenly we have another person's rights, livelihood, reputation, everything to consider, and we better be damn sure that that person deserves 100% of what they get, because if you're wrong, you ruin a life, and that is, we cannot abide by this anymore. You only listen and believe when there's no impact on a third person. We've conflated these topics and we say listen and believe in all cases. No. Not in the legal sense, not in the social destruction sense, only in the you're telling me your story. I will listen and believe it because for you, it's important to tell that story and I can help you move past that at this point. Once it moves beyond you, you can't do it anymore.
Yeah.
So,
I thought we'd moved past listen and believe as a society after the Michael Jackson case, but
no,
that's clearly not true.
Yeah, it's like I don't know. I hate the term listen and believe,
They still
mainly
keep
because of
digging up
where it
his
comes
corpse.
from. But yeah, you're right. But I still hate the term.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, let me get to the chat from Mark. Okay, so Anonymous, This is Bagel Goose says, can we get an OWO or a UWO from the panel, please? That's up to you guys.
What's this?
James Bays says, you late son of a heretic. I was a little bit late starting the stream. I apologize. Blaine, this is for you, Mark Kern. Hey, Mark, are you wearing Speedos under your assless chaps or just going bareback asking for a friend?
You will never hit your assless chaps. You didn't hit the stretch goal. There was a stretch goal for one of my campaigns for assless chaps of the game, and the community will not let it go. So,
but they didn't hit the stretch goal, right?
They didn't hit the stretch goal, so you don't get them. Sorry,
you cowards! You cowards! All right,
but if I did get them, I'd have to go Speedos, wouldn't I? I mean, that would just complete the picture.
Well, I don't know. Would you go? I'd go commando for the chaps if I was putting it out there.
Less is more. Less is more.
Touche. Aggressive. Are you gonna sell aggressive navels?
For the win.
Aggressive bulge for the win. All right, buddy. Well, I'm gonna keep reading through the chats, but if you need to go, we fully understand. I really do appreciate your presence, and I'll have to have you on for something else in the very near future.
Unfortunately, it's true. I do need to go, but thank you for introducing me to my doppelganger. And
well, we've already known each other, but yeah.
But we've never officially met.
You've only known each other when you wake up in the morning and look in the mirror, you liars.
I know you're not. I know you're not my polar opposite because there was no matter antimatter explosion, so all is good. And V did nothing wrong. Okay.
There you go.
It's true. It's true.
All right. Take care, guys.
Did nothing wrong either.
Thanks, buddy. See you soon.
All right, later, Mark.
Peace. All right, and I'm gonna burn through so many chats here because we're 2 hours behind. And so again, if any of you need to go, just let me know. But I will never miss a chat. No chats left behind. Nick,
but I do have one question. If I may.
What's up?
What time are you doing this thing till? Because I gotta go to Disney in the morning.
I go for at least another 45 minutes. If you have to go, by all means, man, go get some rest. Thank you for your appearance.
All right, my pleasure, man. Sorry for leaving so early.
No,
Josh, it was great
no
seeing you
worries.
again. I mean, nice to meet you, Alex, and thank you so much for having me, Nick.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks a bunch. Have a good night.
All right,
Hey,
have a
take it
great
easy.
night.
All right. Let me start burning through these. And again, Josh and Alex, if you need to go, just let me know. Nick Tech says, Nick better have cash to pay for Kevin A. Landau Esquire after Null bites him with his super sharp fangs. No, if you dog bite me, buddy, I will have the bike lawyer hiking
the
all
best
the
bite lawyer in New York after me.
Yeah, he will be biking across the ocean to you. Don't you dare think that he can't make it across.
He's gonna be chauffeuring in a limo with all that Natox money. He doesn't need a bike anymore.
Now, out of curiosity, if you had to ballpark it, man, do you think Maddox paid him like $45,000? I think Maddox did.
Yeah, I do, because allegedly he spent something on that the Mad Network or whatever, the Madcast Network. He allegedly spent like $45,000 just on that, making that website. It was
a 30 grand website. He was paying government rates.
I don't think he has any concept of how much stuff costs, and I think it's just like you gotta spend money to make money kind of thing, and he doesn't actually know. It's not supposed to be like that,
right?
So yeah,
right.
I easily, and my only thing is, I wish I knew for sure if it was like how he financed that. Is it like on a
book advance? It was a book advance.
Is it like on an Amex right now? Is that
no? You think Amex would give? You think they would issue a card to Maddox? They're like, wait a minute. You're a nobody Armenian semi-communist comedian. No, thank you. Show me your income.
Is there like a Cuck Express payday loan company?
Yes,
that'll give them.
It's called Simon and Schuster's Regret.com. That's where after his first book, they're like, we'll give you 2 more exclusive titles on Simon and Schuster. And then he put out the garbage that was I'm Better Than Your Kids, followed by F Whales. And Simon and Schuster, seriously was crying when he sent them the manuscript to F Whales. Alex, you sound like a dying robot, buddy.
I had to switch microphones because I had to go get something to eat.
Oh, okay. You want to hang up and recall in because you sound really horrifying.
If I come back upstairs, it'll sound better.
Oh, okay. Okay. Can you mute your mic for a second? Is that possible? Or should I do it?
You should probably do it.
Okay, I muted you, and when you're ready, just let me know, in the side chat or something, and I'll get you back, because that was really horrifying. Okay, I've got a quick request from Siren Jag, and I know he falls asleep really easy. Let me hit his chat, and then we'll go back to where we were. Secret Gamer Girl. This is from Siren Jag. Secret Gamer Girl should probably retain the services of a dietitian and or a personal trainer, maybe even a licensed physician. That buffet at KFC, while impressive, was actually meant for everyone.
I was going to make the joke before Mark Kern left. I was going to say he might end up servicing them on a park bench.
Oh, gross.
It still counts.
Gross.
Still counts.
Salted Giant says, I don't have any soy milk, but I've got True Moo and a lawn chair at my desk. Can I debate you? Only if that lawn chair has been horrifically abused. Did you see that? Did you happen to catch that stream, Josh?
Mm-mm.
You got.
No, I remember trying to listen to it, and after 10 seconds, I can't do this.
It's one of the most frustrating conversations I've had in my life. And mind you, I have talked to actual predators who have impregnated their own children, right? That's the people I've had to deal with in my professional capacity. And Shane Holmberg was worse to talk to than an actual daughter rapist. I can't even.
Is he gonna put that on his resume? Literally worse to talk to than a child rapist. Nick Rekieta, 2019.
Yeah, and a child rapist who, by the way, was confirmed by DNA evidence from the baby it produced. So, whew, man, Oh man, that guy is.
Oh, that guy probably learned to shut up. He probably learned his right to remain silent at some point. I don't know if the person you're referring to ever learned that right.
No, this Shane guy in the middle of the debate, or the debate, whatever it was. Here I was thinking we're gonna have a friendly conversation about legal principles. He gets up after like arguing with me, and then he goes to his fridge and pulls out like a little carton of soy milk and starts pouring it. It was meme incarnate. It was meme incarnate.
It wasn't intentional.
Him pulling out the soy milk and drinking it. No, it was an unironic beta refueling.
How embarrassing! He's probably sweating that soy. He had to replenish it.
His
a little bit desohydrated.
His chair has its own Twitter account now, because it was so demolished. Jorge Blanco says, "How much butter is in Ralph's Gunt?" I have no idea. I don't. Metacurist Murdochian Archiver has dropped one donation with nothing attached, and then a second donation that says Photon Gang Gang. And yeah, watching Metacur watch Photon is pretty funny, I'll say. Jorge Blanco says Ralph is weak and Andy is retarded. That's sad. That's sad. I like both of those guys very much, but I understand there's a lot of drama in that community right now. Are you back, Galen?
Yeah.
Okay, welcome back.
I wouldn't have reckoned that Shane guy was real if I hadn't seen him on screen and talked to him myself on Twitter a while ago.
Oh man, that guy should be a novel by himself.
He was refusing to share Vic's email address to say what email address he sent it to, even though that's the email address Vic has on his website.
Yeah, it's public. It's absolutely. But his fan group uses it. Anybody can find it in a second. Keck7Go says, Mark. Oh shoot, Mark, I missed you. No, the other Mark, the handsome one. How are you? Also, Nick, stop spreading fake news. Victims GoFundMe had a description. I didn't say it didn't. I linked the archive to you in Discord PM. Also, I swear to the God Emperor of Mankind, if you forget our legal advice, we're not going to. Literally nobody says, here's a $5 towards helping you support your 26 kids. Thank you so much. Jorge Blanco says, supercharger your own questions, broke boy. Very good. These Hands says, someone mentioned Nuhabes last night and you had no idea who he was. He was a DJ and music producer from Japan who died February 26, 2010. RIP. His music is absolutely amazing, and I believe you'll be a better person for having listened to it. Cheers. Wait, but was he a sex offender or something? Is this a trap? Luis Belcher says, what happened to infinite text? I have no idea. Nivok.org says, isn't here ye zagen git? Use the orkiest Umi around here's. As the meanest, biggest, and greenest, I says use an orc now. Gork and Mork. Fix you brutally cunning and cunningly brutal. Wah. I'm not going to do full orc on this because I've had too much liquor. Kay says, I'm hungry. Can you feed me, Josh?
No, why? You know what? Out of all this shit, I have no idea where this came from, why it stuck. I just wanted to make fun of some fat women eating on camera, and suddenly that makes me a feeder. And it's so contagious. Like, I get people on the forum who have known me for 5 years calling me a feeder. And it's like, I just started streaming like 6 months ago. What did I do?
Hey, you know what? Well, to make the counter argument, you've just started streaming. Finally, you've broken the seal and your fetishes have come straight to the forefront and you're no longer ashamed of shoving McNuggies down the gullet of a 600-pound woman or man.
And niggas gotta eat.
Oh my goodness. So Kay, of course, is a reference to Cooking with Kay. Is she a feedette? I didn't know if that was true.
She Cooking with Kay, she is magical. She is Anglo, and of course my burning contempt for the Anglo menace is crystallized in her inability to cook. She produces some of the the worst looking food anybody has ever seen ever. And she puts it on the internet because her son uh, encourages her to do so. And her son runs his own vlogs, and his vlogs are a depressing, repetitious cycle of wake up, talk to the dog, eat dinner, eat tea, which is what they call their lunch, and then feed supper to the dog, wish the dog good night, and then film themselves in bed going to sleep. And this guy called Godwinson actually did a mega cut of like 20 videos of this in a row. It is the exact same video, and he called it Neat Hog Day. And the kind of person that her food produces is Lee, her son, and she's not really a feeder. I mean, everybody, including their greyhound, was very, very fat, but I think she was just a terrible cook. But I don't even know if that's her fault, because all her cooking wear is like World War I or World War II era. So she's learned how to cook like ration food. And I mean, it's being British is just the worst thing. I wouldn't wish it on anyone. It's so awful.
Many canned beans. Gross.
Beans and margarine on everything, slathering everything in margarine. It's worse. It's worse than what a Nazi Germany occupied United Kingdom would have looked like. It is a margarine hell.
Okay, but real talk here. Tess Holiday. Do you hit it?
Give me a second.
Are you?
I've no.
Do you have enough bandwidth to Google Tess Holiday? How dare you fat shame that beautiful princess? She is the kingdom.
There's pictures of her naked in a wheat field.
Oh my God! Why would you do that?
It reminds me of on my Chantal stream, which was deleted by the forces of YouTube for reasons unknown to me. Chantal is describing herself. You've not heard the story, right? You don't know who Chantal is?
No, I know nothing about this. I'm not a degenerate.
She's a big fat lady, just like this Tess Holiday woman, and she gets invited over to a threesome. She arrives there.
Every day is a threesome. What are you talking about?
They pay for her expenses. She rides over, and she gets there. And the woman and the man, she says they're not having it. There was some kind of mistake. There was a miscommunication. And they are not what they've received did not match the advertised description, and they're not buying that stuff. And she tries to get into bed, and they try to do foreplay and stuff. She's just like, yeah, you know what, I'm gonna go to bed. And Chantal is taken aback by this. Like, you guys paid me money and chauffeured me out here by taxi, to have a threesome with you, and you guys are just gonna go to bed, whatever.
Look,
goes to bed.
On the stream, I put up the picture of Tess Holiday has fallen from orbit and destroyed an entire wheat field. There it is. There it is.
There's more. You can see like the thumbnails of pictures that look like that, and it's just that one. Pull up the one where she's on her knees and elbows, because that's what I'm getting to.
Oh my gosh! Oh, gross! It's coming.
As she wakes up, says she feels nauseous. So she goes to the toilet and she gets on her hands and knees. And I'm just imagining her exactly like that, to the point where her gunt is on the floor because she's so fat. And she's basically in this loaf position, like just a chunk of meat sitting on the floor, vomiting into the toilet. And she says, as she's doing this, she shits herself. And she has a G-string on, and she says it splits and splatters across the wall.
Oh my gosh.
A hippopotamus doing that thing with its tail where it just flaps shit all over the place. And she is projectile vomiting all over the back of the toilet and shitting in two directions like a hippopotamus mucking.
Right.
And then she says that she desperately tries to clean it up by using some of her dirty old clothes, puts on some clean clothes she happened to have with her, and then takes a taxi cab to the nearest relative she has in the area, which is like her aunt or something. And the first thing her aunt says when she gets out of that cab and walks up to the front door is, Chantal, why do you smell like shit?
Why did we do this? Why? I was just trying to make a joke on would you shove a cake down her mouth And here you go. You've ruined my entire life.
I'm just showing you. This is my fact. This is the facts-based evidence that it's not about the food. It's about the stories of shitting in a stranger's bathroom and leaving without saying a fucking word about it, and taking a cab smelling like shit to your aunt's house so she can say, "Girl, you smell like shit."
Oh, that's disgusting. That was so horrifying that we lost 300 viewers when I pulled up that picture. I'm not even kidding. Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm cancer to your stream.
Yeah, that's okay. I forgive you. I wanted this in some bizarro universe. Where are we? Lord Chippy Dip says, Josh, what began the pedo accusations versus you? Lore. Do you want to go into that?
Like what? Like in general?
Well, I don't know.
One guy in particular says that because I ran a site for like 4 months, that was kind of like 8chan. It's the exact same kind of thing with like Mark. Like my association with 8chan and 16chan makes me a pedophile because of shit that people post on it. Like, not taking that. That's bullshit.
Yeah, sure. Oh, am I still focused on the stream? How embarrassing for me. I don't want to be the focus of this. There we go. Okay. Now it should switch between us again like a proper thing. Let's see. Father Mazga says, new fan here. Saw that argument with that brainlet from 4 days ago. Jesus, man. Completely unrelated. What's your favorite army in 40K? Since I don't play 40K, it's hard to say, but I would guess Grey Knights or Custodes. Burger Lord says, ask Mark about the cake incident. Also, he's literally autistic, so that's why he's a little awkward. Okay. He's gone now. Literally nobody says, I hate gin. Name one that will change my mind. Heyman's Old Tom gin is delicious. There you go. Blaine says, SJW's confused V with / knitting. Those knitters are pure evil. Knittergate. Bird Lover says, Zoom once on, and then has a link. 8chan pedophiles, child porn, Gamergate. Well, no. GR People says, how many marks must we meet on this channel? All of them. Automata says, so I've heard Shane is such a cuck that he pays a bull to absolutely ruin his chair as he watches from the corner, sitting on a child's toy stove and nibbling on a fillet of sole. Thoughts?
Drinking
confirm.
soy. You forgot the soy.
Yeah, drinking soy milk the entire time, probably out of a bottle with a nipple on it. Acrux says, keeping true to my tweet.
These images.
Acrux says, keeping true to my tweet. This is a huge chat. Thank you, Acrux, for this. Is keeping true to my tweet. Too bad Secret Gamer Girl didn't show up. Would have been grand. Yeah, it would have been great if Secret Gamer Girl would have had the vagina to come on this show, but apparently just left with a set of flaccid balls. True American Hero says, Mark Kern killed Firefall by spending all the dev money on a stupid bus. Actually, he talked about that the other day on my show, and it's much cheaper to have the bus than it was to have even a booth at E3. Scary things are scary, says Jesus. Violet is hideous. So Violet being the gamer girl is hideous. So I think that's objectively true. Do we have any objections from the panel?
No.
Thank God.
No, sorry, you caught me off guard. No objections. Please.
Well, I mean, maybe no objections. You didn't speak up soon enough, so there are definitely objections.
I'm guilty.
Confirmed. Josh is feeding Violet. Let's see. Bray says, Secret Gamer Girl says, it's ma'am. Michael Mascarena says, I sexually identify as a toaster and I am offended. Plot armor engaged. Shane H says, I'm sorry a fellow Shane embarrassed himself so hard. Here's a $5. Null is a feeder. Sakaki Onzai says, who found Shane's twin brother? What the hell? The best part of this, Josh, is you'll never know when I just add in Null is a feeder to any of these comments. Like it may be there and it may not, and you will not know unless you go back and research it.
I'm not even going to question it at this point. I didn't do nothing.
Nicholas Allen says, it's been a minute since I caught your stream, but I watched the archive of Shane's demise. Good work, buddy, and congrats on your growing channel. Thank you so much. I think we'll hit 40K subs within the next day or two. If you have not subbed, please do so and help me out with that so I can do a 40K stream like a pure nerd. Gay and Still at Large says, pour one out for my boy Foghorn Leghorn. Hashtag deadcocked. Eyes of the Wolf 101 says, trying to get into whiskeys. Any recommendations? Buy an expensive one. Buy several expensive ones. Don't start with the middle shelf. Start with the expensive ones and then grow to appreciate the cheaper ones. That's the more, I hate to be that snob. And when I say expensive, like $75 to $95 a bottle is your sweet spot. Go there. Start with like a Lagavulin 16, an Oban 14, a Dalwhinnie Distillers Edition, something like that. You're going to get a lot of quality, very smooth, and then it'll help you get over that trepidation from a really burning like $30 whiskey. Live Bearer Fancier says, secret gamer girl could get a job in the circus as the bearded lady, but then she would be stealing a job from an unfortunate cis bearded woman. That's a
disabled person, nonetheless. Truly horrific.
Nick's Hex says, Mundane Matt in the house. What's going on, bro? So speaking of bearded women, Mundane Matt, there you go. Rocket Insano says, not sure if tribalism or cognitive dissonance, probably insanity, most likely. Queen Nida says, if you want to talk about CP, Lolly, Shota, and Cub, look no further than the furry community and the sexing minors problem on Discord that spreads to IRL. I talked to Bonitis about that the other day, and shockingly, we talked about YouTube. You saw this, of course, Josh, that YouTube has been monetizing soft child porn, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and I talked about that, and shockingly, my video was demonetized. While we have years and years of 12-year-old girls making out with each other being monetized out of their minds by Disney.
There is here's a suggestion for you. Never ever buy a webcam for your kids. Never.
No. Nope.
Because they actually include features now to automatically upload your videos to YouTube. And one of the things I noticed while moderating 8chan way back when is that the pedophile threads that frequently got reported would play games where what they would do is they knew the default names for videos uploaded by popular webcams bought from Walmart and stuff. They had things like my awesome webcam upload 2019 02 28 938, you know, things like that, very programmatic,
something a kid would name, right?
Yeah, and well, things that the software automatically names, and they don't get changed. Like they press a button and it gets uploaded to YouTube with that programmatic file name, including the brand of the camera. And they would go to the search feature, they'd search by newest, and then include dates and the brand name, and they would report back interesting finds. And frequently it would be like kids just walking around naked, recording themselves playing pretend and shit, and they would post that. So like, yeah, never ever let your kid use the internet unsupervised, because it will fuck them up for life.
Like, how much cyanide do I need to buy to fix this problem? Like, what do I need to do? Like,
I don't know. There is no fix. The fix is proper parenting, but that's never going to happen. Like you have to realize that there are predators out there, and the solution is not necessarily like insulating kids from that, but notifying them. Because here's a story. I'll tell you a real story. Ready?
Oh God, I don't know if I'm ready.
You're not. I'll just tell it.
Partly
anyways.
drunk.
I wasn't ready for your last story.
Record this. Clip channels. I'm about to TMI. When I played RuneScape, I learned that if you make a female character, people will give you free shit. So of course, my character in RuneScape when I was 9 years old was female. And this one guy started talking to me, and he claimed to be 13 or 12 or something like that, and he kept giving me free shit and was like, we should meet up. And I'm like, oh, I don't know. My mom says I shouldn't do that. He's like, oh, what state are you in? And I'm like, Florida. He's like, oh my God, me too.
Of course he would be, right?
what city are you from? And I'm like, I'm from Niceville. He's like, oh my God, me too. And he kept trying to get my house address. And I refused to give it to it because my mom had told me, do not give your address out.
Is the twist to this story that this was your mom giving you items in Minecraft?
No, there is no twist. My mom had told me, do not give your address out to strangers on the internet. So he knew what suburb I was in, but we never arranged like a meetup or anything. And eventually I told him I was a boy and he just disappeared instantly. And I never heard from him again. So a little bit, I probably would have been raped and murdered by a RuneScape player if my mom had not told me to not give out my address.
Imagine
before I got on the internet.
You know what's really sad about the clip you just made is that someone out there is going to go, dang it, we missed our opportunity to get the scourge of the internet off.
that guy, Figgy Newton, he's out there somewhere going, I could have prevented this.
Stop this. Figgy Newton? If your handle is Figgy Newton, you should be in prison already. Oh my God.
What is with that name?
I didn't even know what a Fig Newton was at the time. I'd ask my mom.
Your mom was your mom abusive, letting you play RuneScape as a girl and not giving you Fig Newtons? How dare she?
the healthier, happier Josh, who doesn't run the Kiwi farms, grew up in a world where he had Fig Newtons while playing Kiwi or playing RuneScape.
Yeah,
as a boy character.
That alternate reality story. It's like, and then nothing happened.
It was all because of Fig Newtons. It could have prevented all of this.
And then everything changed when the androids attacked.
Yeah. Scary Things Are Scary says, this stream has violated me without my consent. That's what we do here. Patrick Marin says, hey, I love the beard and your brain. Thanks for making a change for the community. You're welcome. Plantation Sensation says, get Godspeed on. Not this stream, for sure. ComWest907 says, Nick, is it different if one uses a fake name or real? I think they're talking about defamation. No. The question is always just, can you identify the person? Muse Observing says, wow, I feel lucky. I've been calling people lead-brained, landfish, and diseased trash goblins on Twitter, but no ban. Yeah, don't call him a disgusting worm, though.
Don't call them a tiresome idiot either.
Right. No tiresome idiots. Pat Giselle says, I really enjoy when you have Josh on. More, please. Josh is always welcome on the show. Jameis donated, didn't say anything. Thank you. Tommy Jane Tudor says, ask Josh what his personal interest in me is.
She donated you money?
Yeah, I got $2 whole out of this lore.
Oh you have no idea. That's like 20% of his entire net worth.
The balls deepest of lore coming out here. What's up with this person?
This message was so valuable to him, relatively speaking, that it's like the help us Obi-Wan Kenobi message from R2-D2. This was like a dire situation. Tommy Tudor is an insane trash-eating hobo who is allegedly two gender, claims to be all female except his penis, and is like 60-something years old. There's an entire board dedicated to him on the Kiwi farms. If you are at all interested in the exploits of an insane person. Okay, when I took down the forum for an upgrade, I put up a message saying that the site had been seized by a combination of the Russian Financial Security Bureau, Mossad from Israel, the New Zealand Intelligence Society, the Tucson, Arizona Police, and a Hertfordshire constable in the UK. And he believed that was real and streamed for 2 hours saying, it's so beautiful. I've been calling the police and filing FBI reports for 20 years. And God bless the Tucson or whatever, Tucson, Arizona Police Department. They finally listened. And then he found out that it was like a ruse. And he was just staring angry and dead at the camera. All that joy, all that pent up frustration that culminated in that great triumph was just destroyed. It was destroyed, Nick. And he spent his last $2 to get this question out to me. Josh, why do you go after me so? And I say unto you, Tommy Jane Tuner, it is because you're very funny.
That's it. That's all it takes, ladies and gentlemen. Just be funny, and people will watch. That's the That's the answer. John Sislowski, not John Gender Fluid Lowski, but John Sislowski says no pass, wood chipper for sure in Minecraft. I think that was Tess Holiday, maybe, but I don't know. M Spec says, please tell Tommy Tudor to KHS. Thanks so much. Tommy Tudor, apparently you should KHS. Whatever that means, no one on the internet knows. Siren Jag. Oh, I read Siren Jags. What was that? What was that, Alex?
Who's the guy they're talking to?
That's who Josh was just talking about.
Is.
Tommy Jane Tudor. I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know. Somebody. Guns Down in Hale says, Mark, what do you think about Gundam? Tell me. Oh, he dodged that question. Darkman McEdgeface says, 07 Mark Kern, Naval Admiral of Old Gamergate. Rocket Insano says, the dreaded Rear Admiral. Futanari Jeff Leonis says, I knew I heard about Final Fantasy House, and yo, it has its own Down the Rabbit Hole by Frederick Knudsen, Degeneracy Incarnated.
Yeah, I can't wait for him to do a video on this stuff.
Oh, that sounds horrible. Artorius Castus says, the F is aggressive naval. Well, we showed you what aggressive naval was. Seth says, hurry, post aircraft carriers for aggressive naval. Keck7Go says, Mark, they effing took aggressive naval off of Sylvanas from WoW. That made me sad and mad. Who is your WoW waifu? I'll ask him in his, I'll DM him and ask who his WoW waifu is. Julio Santoyo says, hey, Nick, the other day I fell asleep in my car while drunk after going to a bar. My car keys were tapped underneath my car. Can I get a DUI for that? Yes. Do not be drunk behind the wheel or even in your car. It's a dumb rule because they don't necessarily have to prove you were actually driving anywhere. Operating a motor vehicle is being in the motor vehicle by yourself in many, many states.
Doesn't the car have to be on?
No, not always. It depends on it depends on the state. It's a Sargon state. It depends on the state. But you really need to be careful if the car doesn't have to be on in Minnesota, as I understand it.
I have another story related to this. On my 18th birthday, my 21st birthday, I was working. How old was I?
Your 21st birthday, you were 21.
No, I'm trying to think of how old I was when this. It had to have been my 21st birthday. Oh, I was 21, and I was hanging out with my friend from back when I used to work fast food. It was like I was working my Australian job, but how did I end up? I was talking to my friend I knew from when I was 17 and 18 working fast food. He still worked at fast food, and he brought along with us as our DD to my 21st birthday. We went bar hopping, of course, and
right.
the older guy who was like 50. Who was supposed to be our DD, got shit-faced. He got shit-faced. and he was like a violent, raging alcoholic and he got into a fight with the bar owner and was tearing screens off the bar in a fit of rage and drove off. And our DD, our goddamn ride home, drive off drunk in that car, and the police got called on him because he had done property damage in a fit of rage, right? And they caught him at the parking lot because he had saw the police coming or something, pulled over, turned off the engine, and got out of the car. They couldn't get him on DD because he had done that, even though they had apparently seen him driving at some point. For some reason in Florida, just pulling over and doing that was sufficient to dodge drunk driving.
I mean, in Florida, though, to be fair, you can be on Flacca raping an alligator and eating the face of a child while driving intoxicated and be fine so long as you turn the keys off and throw them out the passenger side when you get pulled over.
That's why it's the best state in the union, Nick.
We're not gonna even get into Florida's issues. Okay. Let's see. Darkling Cheetah says Secret Gamer Girl may have links to Antifa. Queen Nida says I'd be down for some aggressive cankle or fupa, preferably both on the same piece. Oh, disgusting. Moist John, the worst named person in the chat, says should rename to Aggressive Naval John. Yeah, that'd be better. Ghost Fail says, imagine explaining to someone that in 2019, misgendering is a more serious offense to some people than likely kitty diddling. Also, corn is...
That's
Also-
such a matter-of-fact way to put that.
It's true. It's true. It really is true. Like, you dead name someone, it's like, don't you dare dead name me. And it's like,
You know
well,
what's-
that guy's attracted to 8-year-olds, and you're like, how dare you judge his sexual preference?
There's somebody I really hate named Lorelai who offered free room to people who were trans, and one of them sent me a story saying that Lorelai had gotten them drunk and raped them, and sent me a link to a video hosted on their resume website called fun.mp4. And it was a clearly intoxicated person being sodomized by somebody while Lorelai hovered around naked playing with their junk underneath them in the most awkward display possible.
What on earth are you watching?
I'm watching a tranny threesome rape, Nick.
Like, when-
That's what I was watching.
What is your life when 2 girls, 1 cup is the tamest thing you see all day? Like, that's...
You're the admin of a website called Kiwi
Or-
Farms, apparently.
Have you seen the story of the they're starting to do stories on this finally, of the Facebook content review team?
Oh, okay. Before you get that, let me just say that Lorelai, actual rapist, I have reason to believe that. I was telling somebody about this, and I was saying, look, this is what happened. And I hashtag believe women. And they said, okay, but look, they may be a rapist, but there's no reason to misgender them. I'm like, motherfucker, if
Wet.
you're concerned right now, you're not hashtagging or believing women enough. All right.
Yeah. Okay,
I
but
want this Facebook team of crazy people.
you're not aware of this?
I'm aware that those people get seriously fucked up because they're exposed to the worst shit possible. Yeah.
Yeah, and finally some media outlets are interviewing them, and they're like, every day I watch people die and kids get raped, right? Like, that's what they do, because people report all this stuff on Facebook. Because for whatever bad rap 8chan and 4chan and all these and Kiwi Farms or whatever might get about child porn, the largest platforms for child pornography are Facebook and Twitter. Like, it's by an embarrassing amount. And then there are teams of people. Oh, go ahead.
Because people who are smart enough to be concerned of their cybersecurity are not using 8chan or Kiwi Farms or 16chan, because they have better ways of transmitting this information without getting caught. It's a needless risk to put it on ClearNet like that. But the people who aren't smart enough to be concerned about that, they just send it over Facebook. And I'm sure that the majority of pedophiles are really dumb, and they'll just, like, one guy.
Well, I
think it was in
had
Florida.
I had Tito on the stream, so we know that that's true.
There was a guy in Florida who was arrested for watching child pornography in public on a bus or something.
What?
Like, yeah, they're not smart.
Yeah. So, but anyway, so that I might be covering that in the next couple days, because it's another instance. Facebook, like the FBI, like the CIA, are another instance where you have an entity possessing in their digital possession copious amounts of horrific child pornography, not being punished in the same way that a normal citizen would. And Facebook's excuse is, well, we have to review it first. And that means that somebody has to sit there and review, categorize, and catalog all of this stuff. And they, like, I would wager that a Facebook person who removes content because it's grossly offensive and objectively terrible probably has to write a description of it. And I think every day they probably look at the knife when they get home, right? Like, you'd have to. How could you live with yourself with that every day?
Yeah, I'd imagine that the person working that job is either a bit too into it or not getting paid nearly enough.
And I think the majority is probably the latter. I think the FBI employs actual pedos to look at their stuff, but I don't think Facebook does. Yeah, I don't think Facebook does, though.
And it's like, you would expect it. Like, there was this guy on the Discovery Channel who very famously was a professional ice cream taster, right? And he had a golden spoon because it cleansed the palate better to have a gold spoon, and would eat ice cream and determine how the flavors were working in the Ben and Jerry's ice cream. and his tongue was insured for like $10 million. If anything were to happen to his tongue to reduce his ability to taste, he would get a massive payout. And I think if you're going to get employed to look at child pornography and mutilation on Facebook, you should have an insurance policy for your mental health, where if you lose your fucking mind looking at that shit, you should at least get some kind of like benefit payout system for that.
Yeah, I mean you couldn't pay me enough. Like, you honestly couldn't pay me enough, and the amount of, could you imagine some like starry-eyed idiot at Facebook like, I'm on the let's manage the group programming team. I'm gonna make a bold move to the content review team, because that seems like,
you know, they
great.
give it some cute fucking name too.
Right. I want to
like
identify the Nazi hate speech on the internet. And then suddenly they're watching like a satanic cult eat someone live, like eat
a child, like a living child, just like raw cannibalism.
It's like Rotten.com magnified by 100, and the worst part is they're watching it live. They're not even watching a replay of it. Oh my god, how terrible is that? Okay, sorry, we got a tangent there. Darkling Cheetah says Secret Gamer Girl may. Oh wait, I read that one. Rocket Insano says it is a hole after all. That's in regards to the navel. Moist John says free the navel. Ice Guy 93 says you ban the navel, you get the navel. Colonel J says, come on, Nick, invite Null over so they can feed your wife pizza. Do it. Don't you dare, sir. James Bay says there's a pedo statue in front of the BBC. Do you know anything about this? I'm not sure what they're referencing.
Jimmy Savile. I think it might be Jimmy Savile.
The British Broadcasting Company has a pedo out front, apparently. Mike's Content says, Nick, you have an awesome, entertaining, and informative show. Stay away from the charisma void and sociopath Zoom/Godspeed. He is a leech and evil. Well, that seems rude. Michael Mascarena says, not Final Fantasy. I need a GD shower after this. Spec Girdle says, what are you drinking tonight? I've had way too much whiskey and then gin. Moist John says, you say no crafting in MMOs, but crafting in economy is half of what makes EVE Online great. You know what? Leave EVE to the... EVE can have its crafting. All the others cannot. Joey Jojo says, Lulu from Final Fantasy X is the best Final Fantasy girl. Opie. Son of Mictlandic Duel. Oh, God, I can't even try it. Am from England. Can you explain to me what you meant? Because I have never noticed anything. That's to you, Josh, with the English obsession with CP.
Oh,
or pedos. He's from England. Can you explain what you meant about in brackets what you meant about the English obsession with pedophiles? Because I have never noticed anything.
Oh, well, you don't notice it because you're in the boiling water. You can't. You don't know what normal is. You don't know what it's like to go through life without seeing child pornography and pedophiles like behind every corner. The British society is entirely geared around this mob mentality. They are like acutely aware of pedophilia to like a McCarthy level, where everybody is a potential suspect before you know them. Like, you meet somebody in the street for the first time and there's a non-zero chance that they're a pedophile, and you are acutely aware of that. And that's the way I see British people. They're just like psychotic.
There you go.
I hate the British. Just so you know.
100% not a red coat. Futanari Jeff Leona says, I sent you a link to the FF house in DMs. Oh, thank you for ruining my life. Tillip says, big fan of Josh. I watch every stream. Actually, Josh, I have a DM from Tillip to send to you, so I'll send that. He thinks you'll enjoy it. Shanksy B says, this was just an elaborate ploy to make you say the Final Fantasy VIII is the best game ever. No, I will not. Yes, I paid actual money to say this on air, whatever. More power to you. It's not my favorite at all. Iron Mater says, Josh and Nick are the best internet people. Shine on, you cheeky bastards. Mark M says, Nick, I just watched your chat with some Twitter guy. I nearly smashed my teeth out by angrily grinding them. What's your secret on not exploding and just calling him an artard? Well, it's really simple. I made a lot of money by keeping him on the stream. And he said a lot of stupid things by staying. And I could have screamed at him and thrown him off, But wasn't it better that after about the 8th time that guy got called a soy cuck, that he left on his own? He's like, why are you reading these mean things about me? How great is your life when you think that you've won, and we get to the reality where I start reading the chat and they say soy cuck over and over and over, and you're like, why would they do this? Why would anybody do this?
Why would people go on the internet and be mean? It's a mystery.
It's never happened ever. Never happened. Nix Hex says, since we're plugging crowdfunding, head on over to GoFundMe/Asterios. The Coke Master says, really love what you do. More shekels for /R guy /. Thank you. Ear Juice says, do you like Bailey's? Strawberries and cream equals gas. I don't actually care for Bailey's because I don't like coffee at all. I just hate it. Underdog Anomaly says, something tells me Jamie is grifting the SCESA with GoFundMe as opposed to the charity websites PayPal that has cheap transaction fees. Look, I'm not getting into Jamie Markey's GoFundMe. It's to a legitimate charity. Whether or not she has legitimate motives, I'm not gonna go ahead and deal with that. That's a honeypot. I think
not going to opine on that topic.
No, I don't.
Not going there.
If it's a real charity, great. If it's not a real charity, that's between her and God and that charity. That's not up to me. Clay Early says, please give your full thoughts on Stephen Bailey. I just did. Al donated.
Before you mentioned a charity, you know about Trans Lifeline, right?
Yeah.
They reported their taxes, and there's like $375,000 that's just gone.
Of course.
The new chairs are like condemning it, and they're saying they're going to cooperate with the IRS and stuff. There's a real possibility they're going to go to jail for fraud. And what's funny is that they said they didn't actively pursue criminal charges, and people were like, thank you for not oppressing the founders, the trans women founders, because they're oppressed and they need every penny they can get. And they specifically said something like, thank you, comrade.
Wow.
and it's like they stole from trans people. This was a charity to prevent trans people from killing themselves. I'm pretty sure if you actually gave a shit, you would want the money to go to that purpose.
Wow, that's disgusting.
And they didn't even do that properly, by the way.
Oh, no.
Nick, I just sent you a bunch of links to a research that a guy I know did about Trans Lifeline. If you want to take a look at that.
Research that I'm hosting, because I'm pretty sure. Are you talking about what's his name? Lord Cat?
Yeah.
He was the backbone of what brought them down.
Al donated and said, I hope Mars Girl gets violently sunsetted. Well, that seems rude. I hope Mars Girl has to answer to deposition. Michael Mascarena says, I have a studio in my apartment, #Denver Funimation. Rocket Insano says, this is why subs are better than dubs, people. We talked about that one earlier. Bo Stoker says, I'll give you subs over dubs, except Cowboy Bebop. The subs are garbage. The subs are far superior. I think he means the dubs. Rocket Insano says, Goku and Vegeta team up to stop Broly from molesting Bulma. I'd watch that. I wouldn't. Rocket Insano says, petition to have Nick voice Phoenix Wright. That'd be great. TD Mar 380 says, I'm sorry, but when Team 4-Star exists and they do spot-on impressions of every character, which is Goku Beta, doesn't like them, they don't matter. Talking about the VAs don't matter. And VAs really don't, for the most part. Mega Vigoroth donated. No message, thank you. Earjuice says, someone needs a 6-inch HDMI cable as image is not on. That's fantastic. Do you know about that, Josh?
A 6-inch HDMI cable?
Russell Greer, at his hearing, he had like a slideshow prepared for his evidence, and he didn't bring an HDMI cable to court. And they're like, you need an HDMI cable to go from your computer. So he huffs it. Can you imagine Russell Greer running full speed?
In a suit to Best Buy to get an HDMI cable?
To a Radio Shack. So he gets to the Radio Shack and he's like, listen, I need HDMI cable. And they're like, we only have them in like 6-inch ones, because they're selling like HDMI cables for like rack servers where you're running them like up a chain.
Yes.
And they're like, and he's like, okay, I'll take it. And then he gets back to court with his little 6-inch HDMI cable, and they're like, this doesn't work to plug in your computer to a projector. What's wrong with you, you mutant? And so he wasn't able to present his evidence, and that's why he lost the case. That's what he says.
That's preposterous.
Oh my gosh.
If only he had a lawyer who knew the courthouse and knew what kind of technological requirements were expected of him.
No. Paralegals know just as much as lawyers. If only he had just called the courthouse any time before the day of court and said, you know what, I've got video evidence that I want to put up. How do I do that?
Yeah,
they would have just told you.
Did it never occur to him to say, like, wait, how the fuck does this actually work? Do I need to email it to him ahead of time? Do they have to set it up? Apparently not in his head.
No, you better bring everything. You better bring, just in case you bring everything. Teaser. One of Russell Greer's former employees has contacted me, and said that they will consider coming on a live stream to talk about Russell. So if you guys are Russell Greer fanatics out there, I am trying to very casually arrange one of Russell Greer's legitimate past employers to come on the show, talk about life with Russell, and we'll maybe read through his book about why your daughter should be forced to sleep with disabled people for $500. There you go. Burger Lord says the Russell well is deep, buddy. Burger Lord says, look up I Am the Divider, I Am the Night, which features 8chan Mark during He Will Not Divide Us. Hoosier Highway says, believe Chris Chan really believes in Sonichu. Brammerhammers 23 says, Sabat and Schemmel were nice to me just like Vic when I met them. I think they mean well but are just misguided. Rial and Marchi are the real offenders. Buddy, I would not be so sure. Remember that a man's hashtag Me Too against another man is far less effective. And I think Chris Sabat might have something to answer to, but I don't know. We'll see. Nix Heck says
also has a history of stuff like this.
Schemmel's defense is he's an idiot and he's crazy.
Yeah, he really liked to go after the guys who used to play Goku before him.
Yeah. Nix Heck says, once Michael Jackson died, any stigma surrounding him magically disappeared. I don't think so. I think Michael Jackson dying solidified the pedo narrative forever.
Do you think he was?
No, I actually don't.
Absolutely not.
I don't.
Really?
The reason I don't is because I don't trust the accusers so much that I can't possibly judge Michael for it.
All I remember my entire family thought he was a pedophile, and I remember sitting there watching the verdict, and the camera was on this woman who had a cage of doves and would set a dove free for every time a innocent verdict came back. And I just remember being nauseous. Like, this is such a spectacle. This is so pathetic. What is the shit? Why do people care so much about Michael Jackson? What has he done?
That's a spectacle, and I think Streamy might be preemptively making fun of me for this. Razorfist's video about Michael is pretty interesting. It's a good counter narrative, but long before I watched the Razorfist video, I questioned the Michael narrative. I know a recording artist who knew Michael Jackson and had no trouble bringing their child to Michael and felt no danger from him. So I mean, maybe they were wrong.
Didn't they find bloody pants, like underwear, children's underwear in his room?
I don't know. They might have.
I've never heard that substantiated. Now,
the only thing I've heard substantiated against Michael was that, and this is creepy and weird, and you should definitely not do this, is that he had artistic nudes of children from like the 1920s.
Yeah, it was like a photography bestseller or something like that.
But here's the issue. Here's what really bothered me about the Michael accusations was that the family had already accused Michael, failed, and they brought their kid back and then accused him again. Like, immediately I say, nope, get out. Even if he's guilty, get out. What are you doing? You should be killed in the street. If you legitimately think this man assaulted your child and then you brought them back, you should be
Michael Jackson, why would you ever let that kid near you? Like, that's the alternative. It's like, Michael, these people are accusing you of raping this kid. You should be as far away from this child as physically possible.
Yeah, but I would honestly suggest checking out the Razorfist videos on Michael, because if nothing else, it gives you just even if you don't buy it, although I think his points are at least logical, even if you don't believe them, that's fine. But it gives you pause to the prevailing narrative, and it's pretty interesting. Let's see, where do we go? Yane says, Yana says, more uwu, please. Yana says, Josh, please uwu or owo.
Do I have to? It's a money
I don't.
thing.
It's up to you. I've read it. That's my obligation.
I will say uwu. I'll say uwu, to support the stream for the cause.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do you want me to say it as Broly?
Yeah.
Ooh, Kakarot.
Mega Vigoroth says,
guy. He regrets it now.
Mega Vigoroth says, Sean's mad because Vic sang Dragon Soul better. That's Sean Schemmel. Architect of Fate says, what room in your house contains your altar to the Raven God? I do not have one. I only have a blood fane, my friend. JD 1989 says, was Shane a performance artist? No. Shane was like, as far as I can tell, legitimate. Maybe he's a performance artist who only performs as a complete moron. That guy from that thing says, by the way, since you know what in-game Final Fantasy 11 looks like, I assume you played. What server did you play? I don't even remember. If it was Ramu, what was your name? I literally don't remember what my 11 name was. My 14, my name on 14 was Dumb Idiot. And I think I play on Bahamut on 14. Darth Bobcat says, never have this guy back after the hippos story. Cool Tactic says Josh's hobbies are repulsive and sick. The Texan 83 says we now know where crop circles came from. They came from Tess Holiday rolling sideways, I guess. Futanari Jeff Leona says, can I sue you for reminding me Tess Holiday existed? Buddy, the gravitational pull, I would make that strong argument that you never forgot. Hashtag never forget. BrainyBug1 says, legal hypothetical. Could I be DMCA'd for filming and distributing a video of someone pleasuring themselves onto a copyrighted photo? Oh, that's interesting. So you've got a copyrighted photo in the frame, and they're pleasuring themselves onto that copyrighted photo.
That's definitely transformative.
That's got to be transformative use, especially if the copyrighted photo is like a completely innocuous, fully clothed photo. That makes it even better. Even better. Devil Trigger DMC says, it's like every nightmare I've ever had rolled into one, cloned itself, F the clone, and then made those. I don't know what that is. Maybe that's Tess Holiday Pictures.
DPCA reference.
Oh, okay. Bo Stoker says, speaking of sexual identity, I identify as half Sith, half dragon, and half dude. Pronouns, Lord Dude, Sithis Duder, or Lord Duderus. I absolutely abide. What do you guys think about pronouns in the Twitter bio?
Don't.
It's that's like a red flag. Like immediately.
It's the clear sign.
I come from the age of the internet where you pick your own name.
Wait a minute. Null, are you watching the chat?
Yes, I am.
Do you see what just happened?
Yes, I do.
That can't be. Is that real? Can you fake that? That's got to be real,
no,
right?
That's him. He's got the tick box. Respect the tick box.
I respect the tick box. Matt, if you ever want to come on the show, buddy, just DM me. Just DM me, fam. We'll put you
tie
on.
a note to a boulder and throw it through his window.
Oh my goodness. What is happening in my life these days? It's ridiculous. Okay. Let's see what else we've got here. Rocket Insano says, rip unregistered hypercam number 2. Blaine says, Niceville. Panama City Beach in the house. We've got.
Yeah, I saw that. That's the Panhandle. I've been to Pensacola Beach many times.
We've got Party Time 1000 says, "Feed me, Nick. Josh can watch."
Ew. Stop. I didn't do nothing to deserve this.
We've got KRI headquarters. How many stories from Josh can $5 get? All of them, I think. As long as they come
to work with.
You know how many? That's like that's two Big Macs and a small fries that he can feed to his ladies. Angel of Death. Are there men feeders? Like, legitimate question. Wait, so
Of course there are.
Are they all starving to death though?
Why would they be starving to death? Because nobody feeds them.
Yeah, cool. Well, because like, okay, so I imagine like your average e-thought pulls in probably 20,000 times the income of your average e-thought male, right? So I have to imagine your average feeder chick pulls in more money by their own weight than the average feeder male. So do they starve to death? Like I figure they'd be like a endangered species. How does that work?
They probably exist, but they have like sugar daddies, you know.
Oh my god!
Like one big sponsor.
Okay, so is it men who feed men? Because do women pay to feed men? I don't.
No, there's no way.
Like,
I don't think that's ever happened ever. I draw the line there.
They'd make the food. Like, if there was a feeder chick, she would make the food and bring it to the guy, right? Like that's the difference.
Like my grandmother was Are you calling my grandmother a feeder? Because I got pretty fat eating lasagna.
I'm just gonna say, were you webcamming at the time? No, but like,
no, my mama taught me well.
Like legitimately, the difference between the male and female psyche. I could see a guy paying for a chick to eat. I honestly can't see a woman paying for a man to eat. Like it breaks me. So I feel like if they're that broken on the inside, that they would actually make like the Rice Krispie bars and drive them to the house.
I happen to be I'm fucking myself by saying I happen to be a fan of the show My 600-Pound Life. Now, it's a good television program about the weight loss journey. See, it's about losing weight.
Sure it is. Okay. I only watch it with tuba sounds.
It's about losing weight, okay? And what you tend to notice is that the big girls usually have normal-sized boyfriends who leave them if they actually do manage to lose the weight. So it's like a codependency thing. It's like if the guy gets off knowing that they are transformed into something so physically repulsive that they will rely on them for that engagement.
Right. But here's my real question. What percentage of your Netflix subscription money goes towards My 600-Pound Life? That's what I need to know.
Hopefully all of it.
Angel of Death is hiding says, by the end of it all, Facebook, social media platforms in general don't pay them much at all. Yeah, that's for the people that are forced to watch horrific videos all day. James Bay says, Eric Gill statue in front of BBC convicted pedo. Sordid Sentinel said, love both of you guys. Stream together more please. Also, I DM'd you that Final Fantasy House video. I have like 8 DMs of that Final Fantasy House video. Hashtag free BB / our Senegalese weeb. Mundane Matt says, open your eyes all. Shane is a serial chair abuser dating back decades. He abuses new and old chairs alike. The man has no sense of decency and must be stopped. And I can only assume that since legit Mundane Matt was in the stream, that he actually said that. So we'll just go with that. The DCV, and if there was a boulder in that chair, Mundane Matt would have already started the GoFundMe. What were you saying, Alex?
I was just saying, I had a chair for like 15 years that didn't get abused half as badly as that did.
No.
I took good care of my chair. My chair lasted a good long time.
That was
I got the fat guy problem where my chair is after a couple months I can start leaning left and right and it starts squeaking at me.
This was not a squeak. This was the pleather had run raw and the foam was trying desperately to escape.
Hey, it probably fits him fine. Don't judge a man by his chair. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we'll see. I think right in the middle of that chair, that foam had bulged up. Maybe it is very comfortable for him. The DCV Titan says Shane's chair has seen some stuff. I'm just saying. Yippee Ki 13 says, I have 2 friends I have 2 friends who work for a company that reviews Facebook content. They are paid dirt, and there's no sympathy toward their mental and physical health. I can't understand why anyone would take this job. Raru the Red Mage says, "What's good rum? I suffer through Kraken usually. I'm not a big rum person. I only have rum because I bought it on Maui, and you can't buy it stateside." Shanksy B says, "Law Boy over 9,000. Soy Boy Shane negative 9,001." Blaine says, "Marky claims to be backing down from hashtag KickVic, citing the age of alleged transgressions." Yeah, Marky, if she's backing down, it's because maybe she's the only one who sees the writing on the wall, and that maybe she can get out of this without getting sued if she just starts strategically rolling it back and maybe very quickly contacts Vic's attorney, who, by the way, they're publicly listed on the GoFundMe if you ever want to contact them. People involved in the case. Everybody else, stay away. They have work to do. If you want to contact them or send them a message of support or whatever, you can do so by sending it to me at rekietalaw@gmail.com, and I'll make sure they get it with all the other evidence.
I'm
Yeah,
looking
what's up?
at chat and people are like they're talking with genuine concern for that man's chair. I don't know what exactly they're talking about, but the only thing I'm reminded of is the way people talk about, like, when there's a thing on the forum where if there's an animal in like a locale's house and it shows up in videos, the amount of concern for that animal is in every thread. And I'm reminded these people are they're wanting to help this chair in the same way that people want to help an animal in like an abusive or neglecting household. And I'm just thinking of like the ASPCA coming in and putting the chair in a crate and wheeling it out.
Look, the Office Max Defense Fund is going to take over for that chair. You have to go to that stream. Like, you don't have to watch it all. It's 3 hours. The guy's only on for 2 hours, and then I'm reading super chats for the next hour. But go to that stream and just drag the search bar on YouTube until you see him getting up. He does it multiple times. He gets up in the middle of the stream with his wireless headset on and like walks back to the kitchen, which he's streaming from his trailer park kitchen. And it's really awkward because like at some point his fiance / girlfriend comes in the scene in the background because she like needs to eat to sustain her life, and her ridiculous boyfriend is in there like talking absolutely nonsense on online.
The kind of legal expertise that gets you in a trailer.
Right. Now this guy
can't afford to replace an office.
To imagine, this guy says he's been doing IT and web development and runs 5 conventions, anime conventions, for 28 years. And this man is relegated to a 35 square foot kitchen that I have tried until just now to not make fun of how embarrassing his little streaming area was.
We're going to talk about spaces. I mean, you always got a nice background setup. I'm sure your home office is luxurious.
Mine is very, very nice. I'm in let's see. I'm in a fully enclosed vault that is probably 13 by 16. I have bookshelves all around. I have plenty of space in here. And it's part of my very, very comfy house. Now, mind you, this is a guy who accused me of streaming from my mom's basement, which would still be better than streaming from my own trailer. So I don't understand the
Maybe it's
insult.
his studio trailer. The nice house is on the lot. You just can't see it because he's in the studio.
His studio has to call the super for permission to turn on the stove so it doesn't trip the breaker for his neighbor. I mean, my goodness. But yeah, you have to go and look at it and wait till he gets up from that chair and walks back into the kitchen to grab some soy milk and just look at the sorry state of that chair. It is objectively sad.
They can't fix the electrical in the trailer park.
I don't know. It's not my trailer park. My trailer park would be beautiful. It would be a Trump approved trailer park.
A Trump park.
This is Trump property. This is really terrific trailer parks. We have only the best trailer parks, folks.
The best.
Only the best.
The absolute best.
You can't find. We got double wides. We got triple wides. We got quadruple
your
wides.
impressions are fantastic. Between your Trump and your Russell Greer, you could do like a whole thing, like an entire improv set on
my
impressions.
goodness. Yeah, that's something I've practiced a bit in my life, which for no purpose other than it makes me laugh. So, let's see. What do we got? We got Daniel Villarreal. Villarreal says, keep up the good work, my friends. Thank you. The Coke Master says, give us your best objection, Nick. I've never actually watched the Phoenix Wright stuff, so I don't know how that goes, but I've got to buy Ace Attorney on Steam because they have the trilogy and play it, right? Like that has to happen soon. Bo Stoker says, no, but seriously, I want to hear it out of the mouths of the supremacist that the Cowboy Bebop dub is arguably better than the sub. Well, I mean,
I remember loving that show. I'm still the one episode, because I was very young when I watched this. I didn't even understand what anime was, but I remember the episode where the food becomes sentient and hunts down the dog.
Yeah.
That shit haunts my nightmares.
That's a great episode. That show was really, I mean, it's a meme because everybody seems to like it, and you're only cool if you don't like Cowboy Bebop. But honestly, like the voice acting, the dub of Cowboy Bebop is fantastic. It's not distracting.
And the intro song is like instantly recognizable. You hear that first few stings, and it's just like, ooh, this is going to be some quality programming.
Yeah. Blaine says, Jesse Pridemore GoFundMe only $750 in 4 hours, which is unfortunately more than she's made in any other 4-hour period. Rebly, was that rude? That might be rude.
That was very rude. You implied she was an underpaid prostitute, Nick.
Well, I did not. I said nothing about prostitution. I just
implied it heavily.
No.
Any reasonable person could have come to the conclusion that you were implying pay for play.
I was actually shocked when I found out that she doesn't, like on her Instagram, she doesn't have like a premium Snap service listed, and I don't think she has a Patreon.
My God, she's a monetarily stable, self-sufficient adult in the year 2019.
No, she's not. No, don't you dare. Okay. Do I have to prove you wrong on this? I
don't know who this person is. I'm just playing devil's advocate.
She's a cosplayer who has accused a voice actor.
What's her name?
Jesse Pridemore. She has accused a cosplayer of raping, or not a cosplayer, a voice actor of raping her. Todd Hoboken. Here, let me pull it up on stream.
She's almost cute, but her face, it's too square.
This isn't even important. It's not about, like, we're not going to even get into that. This is the, you see the, oh wait, I don't, hold on.
I see the picture of her with the penis pants.
I'm not even doing that. We're gonna screen share her GoFundMe real quick. And here we go. It's this third paragraph of the GoFundMe that is the worst, most embarrassing thing. Here, I'm gonna read it.
Gentle persuading and discussion, she agreed to let some friends make this for her. The initial intent for this money is to protect her if she is targeted by a lawsuit. That's grammatically incorrect. The second intention for this money is to help her find a better apartment so she can take care of herself without the constant threat of eviction. What?
You said she's a stable adult or whatever, just making ends meet. No, it's the literal exact opposite of that. That she has.
Doesn't she just pimp out?
I don't know. Like, she'd do fine. She'd do just fine. Like, it's from what I have seen, e-thottery is not sugar daddy. E-thottery is not that hard. You don't even have to go nude. I mean, and if you go on her Instagram,
if you go nude, you lose value. You always tease. Never. To all the girls out there who want a cam whore, what you do is you get a following of desperate neats and MGTOW and incels, and you tease them. Never give up the goods. The moment you give up the goods, they're going to expect hardcore stuff. Never do that. And just tease it and maintain a friendly relationship, but don't give them any private contact methods. Never.
Yeah, just in your spare time, Josh, go and check out her Instagram, and she's already at the status of your average Patreon cosplayer. Like, she's the pictures, except she's doing it for free, which doesn't make any sense. If she needs better rent, you don't even have to, like, honestly, and this is not a criticism, she doesn't even need to compromise her value set to monetize what she's doing already. And she'd do just fine.
It must be like a mental block thing where she's just like, I'm not like that. I don't do it for the money. But she wants to.
It's like Maddox.
Thought about it.
It's like Maddox. I never put ads on my website. Well, why? Why? We deal with ads on literally every website, and no, they don't compromise, especially with, like, once AdSense came out, you're not even in control of what ad goes on your website half the time. It's because it's data mined from the user. So
and somebody in chat mentioned, never mention your husband. Never, ever, ever let them see you with a man that you are in a relationship with. Ever. It shatters the suspension of disbelief. They are no longer in the fictional relationship with you. They will cut the PayPal. Never hide that shit. You do not have a boyfriend.
Yeah, and Jackie Chan learned this the hard way. You know, Jackie Chan is never married, right?
Really?
Jackie Chan has never married because very early on in his career, when he started getting famous, there was a rumor that Jackie Chan got married, and a girl came, knocked on his door, and slit her wrists or throat or whatever, and killed herself right in front of him because she had found out he was married. This is a story from Jackie Chan's mouth to the world, not from some rumor. That's him saying why he never settled down, because he felt like it was too dangerous for him to settle down because of what happened.
Jackie Chan didn't do anything to deserve that. What the fuck?
It was Jackie Chan. He got beat up.
What the fuck?
He got beat up by Bruce Lee in Enter the Dragon. What are you even talking about? So that's
I feel so bad for Jackie Chan. What the fuck?
Oh, he's getting plenty of play. It's just not official. Just not official.
Oh man, no, he doesn't deserve that.
Rebleon15 says Jesse Jackson beat the black out of Michael. Well, wow. I mean, that was a bit much. Yana says thank you for the lovely uwoos. Shanksy B says, what is your opinion on mugshot magazines / newspapers, and why are they allowed legally? Couldn't one argue it gives negative perception of guilt before court or trial? It also impacts on employment. Yeah, it does. But I don't know how to stop it.
I have a counterpoint. When Tommy Robinson violated the terms of his parole.
Hold on, someone's correcting me and says Jackie Chan has been married since 1982. Well, I don't know. That's the story he told. Don't mess with me.
Maybe he hid it for a long time or something.
Maybe. It must have been something like that.
But when Tommy Robinson, again, in the land of the eternal Anglo, violated the terms of his parole, what happened with him was such a farce. He was arrested on the spot, sent to prison, sent to jail, tried, put before a judge in the powdered wig, convicted, and sent to serve his term before anyone was notified that he had been detained by the police. And people in the UK go, oh, we have our privacy over here. We're better than those Americans. We have privacy laws. The government protects our privacy. Yes, but the government also conceals the fact that it fucking arrests you, tries you, and convicts you before anybody can find out. The mugshots are actually a really important part of transparency. People know you go to jail. Yes, that can hurt you, but yes, it can save your ass from an abusive, tyrannical government still led by a monarch, even though they say that they're a democracy, and they can unperson you if that paper trail does not exist. So love mugshots because yes, they can embarrass you, but they also protect you.
That's a good counterpoint. I like it. SJ Jar Jar Binks says Matt likes to hide in Ranting Monkey's channel. Devil Trigger DMC says I clicked go to channel and it's legit Boulder Boy. Earjuice says real Matt, if you're still here, why did you flag my song soy filled B word after the kill stream? Down within an hour with a link only shared to your subreddit. Blaine says RIP Ice Poseidon for Ponzi scheme. What? Someone mentioned that to me, but I don't know anything about it. I'll look into it. Do you know anything about
that? No, I've heard of that too, but I don't know the details.
Okay, Keck7Go says you owe me r/legal advice. I keep for the past like 3 days I've said I'm going to do r/legal advice, and I keep getting to the end of the stream. I didn't expect to have all of the guests. Meximan and Cheese says I dated a feeder and would love to tell you about it. That sounds dangerous.
You promised you wouldn't tell.
Cooper Cruz says Boogie had a female fan who was a feeder. Rhino says check your DMs. There's an SPCA spoof for the chair. Yes, I saw it. Mundane Matt says I just made Mundane Matt halt his Uber Eats route to reply to the stream. Someone somewhere is going to get cold pizza for dinner. Thank you, real Mundane Matt.
You know, I have to say, when I lived in New York, I really liked Uber Eats and the other one. I forgot the other.
I honestly wish there was an Uber Eats in my small town.
It's so nice. I had motherfuckers deliver me dumplings every day, like good Chinese dumplings. I got fat in New York eating Chinese dumplings.
I'm gonna email you a punch in the face for saying that, because I cannot get good Chinese dumplings anywhere around here.
I love dumpling, and you know what? Here in Slavland, they have 1,000 different names for what are essentially good ass dumplings. I can get a dumpling served up any way I want to, in any shape I want to. It's the best shit. I am in food heaven here.
Enjoy your Kremlin Polonium 210 dumplings, you coward.
I will, motherfucker.
Rocket Insano says anime/fan conventions are expensive and usually make zero money for the organizers. The managers fall into a hole of trying to make money and bleeding. I think he's trying to apologize for his chair. Mega Vigoroth says, please don't make fun of Shane or Vic won't get that invite. Yeah, that invite was definitely coming the whole time. Shanksy B says, Marky donated $2,000 to her own charity. Well, that seems like a violation of the terms of service, but I'm not going to mess with it. Jarbo Binks says, what soy-based whiskey do you enjoy? I love soy. I'm not aware of a soy-based whiskey. I'm sure there's got to be one. Probably
Chinese or something.
Ron Elm 2000 says, I remember the Emmy Nida scandal. Now I feel bad. I'm not familiar. Bo Stoker says, guys, we were all there for the Boulder incident, but we ain't the leftists. We can allow a fallen soul a road to redemption. A cobblestone path to redemption, please. Get him on, Nick. Side note, Bebop OST was original. Hashtag the seatbelts. I unironically would say that Matt is welcome on the show. I don't know anything about him other than the Killstream stuff, and I would love to hear his perspective on it.
On what, like the current happenings?
On triggering the libs and owning the libs, or whatever he's doing right now.
He's a very boring person. I don't mean that as like an admonishment. I mean, I guess I can't help it. I don't have any personal opinions about him, but just like he's so dry, and I think he would be happier doing literally anything else. And that's just my opinion on that.
Why does he do it? Why does he do that then?
I don't know. It's a why, like. Do you know Kraut by any chance? The Kraut and Tea guy?
I know of Kraut, but I can't say I know
He
Kraut.
has had leaks. Like, he tries to sound like an intellectual. He's from Austria, I'm pretty sure. And he has a very proper, like British, like, because they teach the British accent in English.
Yeah, I've heard his voice. And the funny thing about Kraut was, and this is from the Tonka leaks or whatever, when I found out that Kraut wanted to do biology videos, but had like zero training in biology, right? Like that's the joke, or is that not right?
I don't know the specifics with that, but specifically what I was going to comment on was he wanted to put together like this team of YouTube intellectuals. It was very pretentious and gay, and I would want no part of that. But in YouTube intellectual channels, they were constantly conspiring against other streamers. They never did anything about trying to do like research or anything. It was just about screwing with other people. And he constantly had leaks. It would happen every few months, somebody he had in his inner circle, in his inner folds, would flip and just leak everything from his channels, and would show him being very duplicitous and very malicious towards other people for seemingly no reason. And now it's like he claims he's laying bricks, but is trying to get back in the YouTube streaming stuff where everybody hates him. And it's just like, bro, just get a trade. Become a home builder. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. There's literally nothing wrong with building homes for a living. It's a lot more respectable than being a fake YouTube intellectual. I have no idea what draws people like that to want to be on camera when people hate them and don't care about what they have to say. Literally build homes. It seems like a much better future for you.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with building homes. You should respect that. Real quick, there's 2 more chats, and then if you guys can give me just a couple minutes, I've got to at least touch on r/legal advice and tease a full segment, which I've got to do soon. I'm so bad at it. The Coke Master says, thoughts on RIP Killstream, and Internet Tab has it right. I'm just going to say that I'm going to be on the Killstream on Monday, so
will I, actually.
Yeah, I hope it's not RIP, because I know there's a bunch of drama. I know it's divided a community, and there's all sorts of weird stuff going on. But at the end of the day, I met Ralph and I met Warski, and I'm fine with both of them. I met Coach and I'm fine with him. And call me a gay centrist or whatever. That's fine. But I don't have any dog in that hunt. And I'm happy to talk to any of those guys, because I talk to everybody. So I would like to Killstream to keep going, because so many people get entertainment out of it. But I do think that right now they're in a real problem where people aren't being entertained. There's some cancer happening, and hopefully they'll excise that over the break. AMV Spawn says, Nick is our Moses. Deliver us from Me Too. Lol. There you go. All right. I've got the best of our legal advice pulled up here. So let's let me screen share it, and I'll try and I'll make sure we can see it. So here's what we got. I don't know, like the our legal advice thing is really weird because some of these people are so strange. But so here's the OP. So I'll read this, and then if you guys want to give any commentary on it, I guess is how we'll do this, and then you can, and then I'll follow up with the actual legal advice. Does that make sense? I don't know how to do this segment at all.
Just swing it.
LAOP's friend. What's LAOP?
I think that is a reference to a former poster, like it's a follow-up or something. That's my guess.
Let's see. LAOP's friend went to her rental and removed all her stuff and told her landlord she wouldn't be back while she was in the hospital. The friend thinks that stealing her stuff is a favor and she should be grateful for the illegal eviction. Her landlord is also refusing to let her back home. Okay. That's not enough info. What do you guys think about that?
Click the link and see if there's a full post.
Yeah, let's see. Oh, there is. Best of legal advice is stupid then. Okay, never mind.
Just go to the main one and then click like top for the week or something.
Yeah, okay. So we've got this pulled up. Oh, let me focus on this stream. Never mind the random black people ad going on in the corner. I don't know what that is. Friend went to my apartment and took everything of mine, and landlord won't let me back in. Suddenly homeless despite paying February rent. Okay, so this is posted 1 day ago by illegally homeless. I drank myself nearly to death. A 0.42 BAC, which is brutal. That's far above the limit for this stream. And apparently told my ex while I was crying to him on the phone that I wanted to kill myself. This was during a week-long bender, and I had gotten to the point of almost exclusively lying in bed and only getting up for more vodka or to grab my phone. That means not even the bathroom, y'all. How disgusting is this person? I don't remember making those calls, but regardless, he called and told a mutual friend who was a social worker type. She then called the authorities to do a welfare check on me. And then, and when they got to me, they brought me to the hospital on a stretcher to detox and be placed on suicide watch, which is right next to Kraut. While I was in the hospital bed basking in the many wonders of alcohol withdrawal, social worker type woman, let's call her Brenda, calls the hospital to reach me and informs me that she had taken the liberty of going to my apartment and moving out all of my belongings because she assumed I was going to rehab and wanted to save my things on the assumption I hadn't paid March rent, and she wanted to save my stuff from being thrown out. When I called the guy who's renting the room out in his condo where I was staying, he said I couldn't come back, making me officially homeless. This was done before February is even over, and I paid for the whole month. This woman literally just swooped into my apartment, took everything I own, and got my roommate/landlord. He has a 2-bedroom condo, and I was renting the room from him. This gets more complicated by the moment, doesn't it? To lock me out. This woman maintained she was only trying to help, and that I put myself in this situation and need to take responsibility. And furthermore, I'm ungrateful for all the backbreaking work she did moving my stuff to make sure it was safe. Now I'm staying at my ex's apartment, and it is not a good environment. Why he's my ex, but I have very few other options. Oh, this is perfect. I live in Minnesota, and a 30-day notice is required before locking someone out. What recourse do I have? I am beyond shocked and traumatized that my home could just be taken away like that.
Can I take a guess?
You could take a guess, absolutely.
She is the victim of both an illegal eviction from her landlord and from breaking and entering or theft from that social worker. She could probably sue both of them. That's my guess.
Yeah, she has 2 causes of action here. She can definitely maintain an unlawful eviction action. Now, the lucky thing for the landlord is someone else took the property out. So the landlord is no longer responsible for what the property is. However, the remedy in Minnesota for an unlawful eviction is absolutely brutal. It is treble damages. So whatever she has to pay in either temporary rent or shameful sex with her ex, the landlord has to pay her triple the value of whatever that is. That includes meals. Meals, hotel rooms. So the trick is to definitely go to like the Four Seasons or whatever. If you get unlawfully evicted.
The goal with that law is obviously to try and dissuade people from unlawfully evicting people, because they're trying to make it so that the fees for losing, like even if it's just like 1 month's rent, would be astronomical.
Right. Yeah. Because like imagine the rent that you charge. Or no, it's not even the rent that you charge. Imagine you get kicked out of your apartment tomorrow and you go to anywhere else and say, look, I need a place tonight. They're going to say, you go to an apartment complex and they're going to say, well, we can get you into this place, but you're going to have to pay a month's security deposit plus a month's rent, and you're not going to get a discount on rent. You're going to pay the premium price. So
yeah, and you probably don't get pro rata. They probably say you're paying for the entire month, even if you're clocking in on the 20th or something, right?
Yeah, if you're trying to get them to expedite the approval, like the credit approval and everything,
they're gonna charge you whatever they want, right?
Right. So your other option, of course, is to go to like a long-term stay, like where you pay by the week sort of hotel, or you go to, which is fully furnished and has a kitchen and stuff like a normal living space. But those are still going to be costing, $200, $300 a week, maybe more, $450. I don't remember how much those cost nowadays, but they used to cost that much. So they're probably $400, $500 a week now. And that's a cheap place. Or you go to a hotel. It depends on what's available. Either way, whatever you can show, a landlord locks you out without giving you 30 days notice. Even if you're month to month, they're toast. The only way you can do this as a landlord is if you have a specific provision in your contract that allows you to immediately terminate. And the only way that works, and it's questionable, is like if you find conclusive evidence of illegal drug use on the property or like a prostitution ring or something like that. But generally speaking, you're going to have to give sufficient notice, which is as a rule of thumb in Minnesota, 30 days as a rule of thumb. So now the question is the landlord liable for the property? That's a weird question. So the law in Minnesota on this is that if you make a demand, a written demand for the return of your property to the landlord who has some sort of control over the property, they have to return it within 24 hours of receiving written notice. This is a complicated case because someone else allegedly took it on behalf of the person. However, the landlord had no right to do that. So if I'm this chick's attorney, I'm going after the landlord for not only the value of the property, but the triple the value of the property. So I will give the landlord a letter that says, you return to me the property tomorrow. You have 24 hours. If they don't, the law says that you win triple the replacement value of that property. And if you don't know how much property you have, even if you have a one-room apartment, you're easily, by your wardrobe alone, pushing 10 grand on replacement costs.
She specifically said that her landlord is also her roommate in this instance, so he or she would have seen this person taking the property from the premises without any consent from the tenant. So you could probably make a very strong case
right
that he's liable for it.
Least concern over on StreamMe raises he's not objecting here, but he's raising an interesting counterpoint, or I don't even know if it's supposed to be a counterpoint, but something to notice. He says, sounds like this might not have been a real landlord-renter relationship, but more of a roommate thing. The way landlord is defined in Minnesota is anyone who is in control of a property who collects rent from another person under an agreement, whether it be written or oral. So even if you're collecting your rent orally, that's a joke. Even if you have an oral agreement that allows you to collect rent from someone, it's not written down. It doesn't matter. You are at that point a landlord, and they are at that point a tenant. And the way, from personal experience in managing these cases, the way the courts really hinge this decision is, has money ever changed hands? The only way out of this as a landlord that you have is that money never changed hands. Like maybe there was
annulment.
No, I mean, like maybe someone, like you offered. I'll tell you a case that I had. Someone was out of a home. They got evicted from their apartment. They asked someone, "Hey, I don't have anywhere to stay. Can I stay at your place?" And then my client was the person who said something along the lines of, "You can stay at my place for now, and if you help me clean out the basement, we can arrange a rental agreement, and you and your family can rent the basement out until you get back on your feet." Now they came over, they stayed for 19 days, they didn't help clean the basement, and they never paid a dime in rent. And then my client evicted them and said, "You know what? Get out. You're a guest who's a slaggard. Get out of my house." And they sued with the help of legal aid, which was embarrassing for them. They sued for a wrongful eviction, and we prevailed largely because when we got there, and the judge is like, "So you paid this to my client, so she paid you the $250 in rent then?" And we said, no, Your Honor, that they had discussed the possibility of paying rent, but they never actually reached agreement. And more importantly, they never paid a penny. And the judge reamed out the other party, and the legal aid office got annihilated by this judge for daring to misrepresent the rent situation of the court. But it was, they never changed, money never changed hands. So they're like, you don't have a rental agreement. You have a discussion that took place. You're a guest in this place and you get out. Other than that, the moment you pay someone, you've basically in Minnesota got 30 days, no matter what.
I was a nightmare tenant before I moved. Do you want to hear my story?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. I moved out of state up to New York because I had a falling out with everybody I knew, and I said, "Fuck it. What is the furthest place I can get from Florida? I've already been to Oregon, so let's go to New York this time." And I went up to New York. I found on short notice it was like a 10-bedroom house, and I just got a bed set for 2 months. And one of my roommates was a woman in her late 40s who was a bit spastic, but was very interesting, and we hit it off very well as friends. And she said, I want to move to a 3-bedroom, and this other side of town it's much nicer. I'll charge you less than what you're paying here, and the 3rd bedroom will likely be empty most of the time because I've moved up here to reconnect with my children. who will be sometimes staying in the third room. I'm like, okay, that's perfect. That sounds nice and quiet. We were literally right next to a graveyard. I'm like, this is ideal, right? Well, at some point, it becomes clear to me that she is illegally subletting. She is illegally subletting to me.
Right.
And after we're there for, I believe, 6 months. Yeah, 6 months. She lets on a second person. And as we're into this contract, she has a mental breakdown. Not once ever did any of her kids take that third room, which is why she eventually sublet again to a different person. And when she had a mental breakdown, it became very clear she was an alcoholic. She got out. She flew all the way to California, just up and left, continued paying rent and stuff. And then we eventually had have a very awkward talk with the landlord about our situation, and neither of us were in a position to move. So we signed a short-term lease together with a random third person that he knew from work to take the fourth one. And the contract was written in such a way that we were supposed to be individually and mutually liable for the full term of the rent, which is like $1,000.
Right.
And immediately he leaves and she leaves, and I'm left by myself.
Oh,
And
wrecked.
she wants to evict me. And I can't remember exactly what I told her, but I got really nasty and I looked deep into the laws, and I'm like, I'm in New York. I have so many protections right now. I can become a legitimate nightmare. I will continue to pay the full utilities and my third of the rent, but I will not pay you all of the rent. And she eventually, but I got ready for representing myself. I had a binder of like 8 pages of notes. I was rehearsing my lines and stuff. I was ready to go to court for this, to keep myself in that place for like 2 more months, because it was such a short-term notice. And I think what my gambit was going to be is it had something to do with like the subletting, because I was illegally sublet and she knew I was. It altered our agreement or invalidated it in some way.
Did you know you were illegally subletting?
Not until after I had moved in. She did not tell me.
Well, after you moved in, but before it all went down.
Before we signed the second contract without her in it.
I would never, obviously now it doesn't matter, but yeah, admitting that could have been a problem to your case. But really, like, the fact of the illegal sublet is really a burden on the person doing the sublet, right?
Yes. You reminded me. I was going to say, what I will do is, if you don't evict me, I will help you as a witness against the person who illegally sublet to me. So
yes.
You can because she had committed the tort of conversion. She had stolen the property and illegally converted it for profit, and the landlord, the legal owner of the property, would be entitled to the money she had made from me and from the second roommate. Plus probably damages for in addition. So probably the $1,000 plus the money she had made from her tenants, something like that. And it never came down to that, but that was going to be my offer, and I probably would have prevailed. She probably would have just taken my offer, because it's like, I have nothing. You're not going to get anything from me.
Well, that's always an interesting way to flip a lawsuit on yourself, is if you can turn on someone else and make it easier on the other party to prosecute someone else. It's a good way to go. Let's see. There's a couple. I'm only going to do our legal advice tonight, because this is 4 hours in, and I need to get done.
Weakling.
I've got a 24-hour stream coming up soon. By the way, Josh, let me extend a formal invitation. I'm going to do a
24-hour stream.
I stupidly said when I hit 24,000 subscribers that I would do a 24-hour stream. I'm now almost at 40K, because it's been growing so much. But I'm going to do a 24-hour stream, and I will be inviting you for any or all time that you would like to spend, along with other people, just to keep me company and to give me stuff to talk about, because it's going to be a disaster, right? So because of YouTube, it'll be 3 8-hour streams. But yeah, that'll be.
You can't stream over 8 hours?
No, YouTube will shut you down at 8 hours and you have to start over.
Huh.
So I will be doing that. I'll DM you, buddy, but you are certainly invited on. Yeah, Galen, you'll be invited on as well. Alex, whatever your name is, it's so many names. Hammeror, or you'll be invited on as well, because I'm just gonna need people, and having different and eclectic mixes of people for that 24 hours will be fun, I think.
Yeah, I'll try to stay on as long as I can, depending on what day it is.
Yeah. So is Blaine, are you going to answer me? Blaine said Adam Tracy, a lawyer, says he would love to be a guest on your show, talk law and do shots. He would be on tonight, but had a client call to make. Is Adam Tracy the guy from Axanar? He's got a similar name, but I think I'm wrong on that. Who's the guy from Axanar? Who that guy? Anyway, that's a different thing. Yeah, have him DM me, Blaine, because we'll set it up. I love to have lawyers on, mainly because people make fun of me for being just a YouTube lawyer and they think I don't know what I'm talking about. But then, when other lawyers come on and agree with me, it at least lets me pretend that I do know what I'm talking about. So, yeah, that's it. All right, couple. There are like 1, 2, 3 super chats left, and then I will release myself and y'all from the stream. Proto Man says Mundane Matt, Kraut, and Tonka came back and ignored their disastrous falls from grace because they had nothing else in their life and can't move on. That's brutal. SJ Jar Jar Binks says simple way to deal with SJWs: public sodomy. Well, I mean that's a bit strong, isn't it? Keck7Go says LAOP says Legal Advice original poster. Best of Legal Advice is a discussion subreddit of the popular posts of Our Legal Advice, because Our Legal Advice does not allow off-topic discussion, only legal advice related discussion. Our Legal Advice mods are very strict. Well, they sound like not lawyers. Just kidding. All right, guys. Thank you so much to Josh. Thank you so much to Galen for coming on. And thank you to the chat. Thank you to Marky Mark, who left earlier. That was Spanish for Mark and Mark. Thank you to the Streamy chat. Thank you to the YouTube chat. Let's wrap this up. Do you guys have anything you want to plug or shill? Please feel free to do so at this time.
I stream about crazy people. I guess if you like hearing me ramble about crazy people, you can check out madattheinternet.com, which is also very generously hosted by Dick Masterson as part of his new Project 2 platform. So
yes,
thank you to Dick, and feel free to check it out.
Yeah, New Project 2 is fantastic. You can also check me out on New Project 2 if you don't trust Patreon. When there's lots of reasons not to trust Patreon. Okay, Galen, Alex, where can people find you?
People can find me on @Hammermore on Twitter.
@Hammerroar, right? Hammermore.
Yeah.
Hammermore @Hammermore on Twitter. Check him out. He's got lots of information about the Vic Mignogna story. And I forgot to ask. Dang it. Josh, do you have any opinion on the Vic Mignogna story? Have you followed it at all?
Oh, I've been completely out of the loop, unfortunately. This entire month has been dedicated to upgrading the site. So this all started in February, right?
It technically started January 16th when the Broly movie dropped. It really accelerated about February 7th. And then you should go check the thread on Kiwi Farms. It's a community watch thread about Weeb Wars. They've been fantastic in cataloging everything. And
I know of that thread only because I think a lot of people have requested to be verified so that they can publish information with some credibility behind it.
Sure.
I think that's how I know that. But in general, from what it sounds like a crazy person is trying to ruin some guy's life, and I'm all for the tide turning on this constant desire to crush men and ruin the lives of professionals, because it's so tiresome.
Let me give this one shout out to the Weeb Wars thread. To the Weeb Wars thread. I will make one promise to you. I will promise that Vic Mignogna's attorney will read, or at least his researchers will read the Kiwi Farms thread. I promise you.
The one and only thing he has in common with Landau.
No, I promise you that I will personally send the link, because it legitimately has archived in handy places with sufficient backstory for a cursory review leading to a deeper legal research. It has sufficiently cataloged significant archive links, and I have a lot of these archive links as well, but having them laid out with little explaining tidbits about it is absurdly useful, and the Farms is very good at that. And if I can do anything in my life, it will be to get a Kiwi Farms submission into a court document. I think that would be great.
By your own, again, we've already showed up in the best lawsuit in the universe.
That's true. That's true. Oh, I forgot. I have two Streamy chats to read. Pharaoh Owen. Oh wait, no, 3. Timothy Reaper first. No, 4. Oh my gosh, Streamy's chat thing is a mess. Can't Rough the Fluff says, no matter how many times I hear your heavy metal intro, I always think it's going to be Ram Ranch. Timothy Reaper says, why did the blonde have bruises around her belly button? Her blonde boyfriend. Pharaoh Owen says, a lot of new research has shown that many of the pedos who claim they were abused as children are probably just lying for sympathy points. And they have a link to the conversation.com/child sex abuse doesn't create pedophiles -60373. You can read that for yourselves. Internet Tab says, you do it for the money. Was that really soy milk? I was only listening. I don't know. It was a small carton of milk, so it certainly wasn't manly, whatever it was. That is the end of the chats. But yeah, check out the Vic Mignogna situation, Null. And if there's any way that you would like to help out with the legal defense of him in any sort of cataloging or archiving or assistance that you could offer, I would greatly appreciate it. And if nothing else, just chuckle at the lunacy of the people accusing him. It is great, and it always makes them mad. And thank you for
make it a priority to check that out. It sounds interesting.
All right, thank you to Hammermore. Thank you to Josh for showing up on the stream. Thank you to chats. I'm closing it down. No more outros. Peace. See you tomorrow.
Take it easy.